We are broadcasting, and I think that our channel is live here. So, hello, everyone, and welcome to Adventure on So Many Levels. We're going to play some Dungeons and Dragons.
Yay!
I'm Christiana Ellis, and I am the Dungeon Master. Our players tonight, Paul Weimer as Xenophon.
This seems to be our strangest mystery yet. Monsters that all but one seem to forget.
Uh, Jason Banks playing Exel, who's leaning forward
Hello.
so we only see his chin right now.
Hello. Hello. I wonder if we'll be rewarded with hugs for completing this mission.
Could be. Lee Burdett playing Flounce.
Okay. Anybody want to see if we can run over to New York and get some proton packs? Have you never heard of New York?
Yeah.
Just me? Okay.
David Archambault playing Dianok.
So that mist was possibly an illusion. The attackers were present, but they dissipated. I wonder if that's a conjuration effect.
And last but not least, we have the evil gazebo. No, not really. That's just the backdrop of our temporarily missing player, Nobilis, who is playing Canthan, who hopefully will be able to rejoin the stream in just a moment. But in the meantime, let's recap what happened last week to the Order of the Golden Prawn. Well, first and foremost, you were officially inducted into the Shield Bearers, which is an organization run by the Radiant Citadel, which maintains security in the Citadel itself, but also is sent out to help with various missions out in the 15 lands that are connected to the Radiant Citadel. And so, having already completed a couple of missions for them freelance, you have now been formally inducted. You got badges and everything. You had a little downtime, and then you were given your first assignment to travel to the land of Yeonido, where a magistrate there has called for help because something mysterious was happening. Welcome back, Nobilis. We're just recapping what happened last time. So you were here not sure exactly what was going on, but as you approached the city, you saw in this entry plaza a strange mist seemed to emanate from the city itself, but encompassing the entire city. And within this mist, strange monstrous figures that all resembled the same sort of fanged, winged woman attacked people, and you fought them off only to have them dissipate back into the mist. And then when the mist went away, nobody else seemed to remember that it had even happened. And then you discover, having met this magistrate, which I want to say Ken Onjun. No, wait, what was his name? His name is...
Kun Jun.
Yeah, Kun Onjun. That's what I was missing,
yeah.
is Kun. He was the person who had invited you here, and he is able to remember that this is happening, but has been perplexed that this mist has been showing up more and more regularly. People have been attacked, hurt, killed, various property and buildings damaged, and nobody else seems to remember that it happened, even though it has gotten to the point where it's happening multiple times per day and is getting worse. So where we left off was the reveal that that was the nature of the problem. And so you are now still here with Kun Onjun, this magistrate who has, invited you out, and he tells you, I've been authorized to pay the shield bearers 250 gold per person if this problem can be resolved. And so I have a couple of leads. I suspect that at least I can tell you where it seems like the most reports have been coming from recently. But alas, I'm not able to accompany you. I do have other duties, primarily because no one else believes me that this is an actual problem.
Please do tell us where it's happening most frequently, and what else you can tell us about this mist that you've noticed. When did it first start?
Well, this is something that has. It's hard to say exactly when it first started. It's been years in the process, but it came on slowly. Like for a long time, it was hard to know what might have been the beginnings of this. But it's been the last few years that has started to include all of this fog that everyone forgets. It's just that other things before that might have been related, and it's hard to say. But since the fog started, that has been consistent. And something that used to happen only every now and then has been growing more and more frequent in recent months. And to the point where it seems it's causing more and more problems. People are being hurt and damaged, and people are starting to get a little paranoid and freaked out because nobody understands why there are suddenly so many mysterious injuries and sabotages and accidents and so on. People are reacting with fear even though they don't remember anything scary happened, if that makes any sense.
Was there any change that happened when the fog started? Like seemingly unrelated
Uh,
change.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know the answer to that. That's part of why I need help.
Yep. Yeah, we're just asking questions to pursue leads.
Like
But what
I
about
said-
yourself?
Yes. What about me?
What about yourself? You are unaffected by this fog and seemingly the only one who is.
Ah,
Is there any perhaps item of magic that you carry, some sort of inheritance or bloodline that you might bear that might be the
it
reason why you're unaffected?
it's a good question. The answer is that I'm not 100% sure, but it may well be the result of this. And he holds up his hand, and as he kind of focuses on it for a moment, a ring fades into visibility that he's wearing. And he says, "This is an heirloom ring that was passed down to me by my mother. It does give me a measure of protection from like psychic attacks and charms and such."
Aha!
Hmm.
That sounds that's a very important clue. Thank you.
I don't know for a fact that that's why, but I don't think I'm going to take it off, given that it might be the only thing helping me to remember.
That's
No, but
reasonable.
it's a reasonable supposition that this is a psychic attack of some kind on your city.
Certainly, it's the only reason I can think of that I would be the only one.
Have you seen where the mist comes from? Usually, mist will come off of a body of water. Is there a large body of water nearby?
First, I just realized that what I said was not 100% true, because it's also often true that, like yourselves, visitors to the city remember and are not affected, but people who live here are. This is why, as I mentioned, I felt like I needed someone from outside the city to help. So it has been the case that people who are only visiting from another land or here to trade, but who do not reside in the city and its environs, are also not affected by this memory loss. But to answer the other question, as far as I have been able to tell so far, the mist seems to arise from within the city itself, and there's no large body of water here. I mean, there's parks, but nothing that could generate the mist in any sort of a natural phenomena, as far as I can tell.
It was a
Question.
pretty substantial mist. I don't, we're not on the ocean here or a gigantic lake, so I don't.
I'm not an
Yeah.
expert in these things, but it does not seem at all natural to me. It comes on quickly and then dissipates just as fast as you saw.
just a question to see whether or not this might have another component to it. Um, People who move here to live, they're coming in from the outside. Do they lose their ability to perceive?
Uh, it's a good question. I'm not sure I know. Like I said, I'm just one
Yeah.
person, and I've been struggling against no one else even remembering that anything is happening at all. And it's
Okay.
Yeah.
so the people who have lost their ability to remember it are not helpful in my investigation, as you might
Right.
imagine.
Right. Okay. No problem. I just thought
Well,
No,
I thought it might be like a combination of components, like you like if there's something tainting the water, everyone drinks the water,
Well,
you gradually
oh.
lose your ability to.
Well,
perceive.
no,
more important to me is how long have we got?
Yeah.
So,
Yes,
That's the
yeah,
other thing.
that is a very important question.
well, as far as I can tell, it has, based on my understanding, people who are only visiting the city have not been affected, and that does not seem to be a 24-hour sort of thing. It's just I don't know if it might start to affect you if you were to begin to call this place your home, but I don't think it would happen just by staying in the city for a short time.
Now, before I start asking my questions, you said that you had a couple leads. What can you tell us?
Well, the most recent effects that have kind of risen to my notice that have happened most recently is that there's a construction site where new houses and buildings are being constructed outside the main city walls in what we call the Taiga district, which is to the northeast of the city. And the construction site is far behind schedule because they have suffered a lot of unexplained setbacks and animal attacks, and also just sort of mysterious accidents, and they are far behind schedule, and they have been very determinedly asking the magistrates for help in solving their woes because they believe that someone is interfering with them.
Okay.
Likewise, there is the Park of the Elders, which is in the Haiti district, which is on the east side of the city. And there have been, in terms of the people who have reported any sort of a mysterious attack, which, as I mentioned, tends to come in the form of, I just woke up on the ground injured and I don't know what happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
That seems to have happened the most frequently in the vicinity of that park, the Park of the Elders. I don't know why. It's just a statistical clump, if you follow me.
Mm-hmm.
Also, there is a tea shop, the tea shop, in the Phoenix district, and two nobles were found wounded and nearly killed outside it only a few days ago. And so those are the three places that I think might be the most helpful right now.
Thank you.
I have to return to my post at the Seat of Dragons, which is the palace in the center of town. Hard to miss, and he kind of just gestures, and you can sort of see it peeking over the skyline in that direction. It says, if you present yourself at the front gate and ask for me, I can come right out. And if you need me for anything or have additional questions, I'll be there. But I do have to get back to my other duties. But I am so relieved that you're here. Do you have any other questions or anything for me before I return?
Are you familiar with the sending spell, Kun?
I mean, I have encountered it before, but I'm not able to cast it myself.
If in an emergency we need to message you, that is the method we will use to
yes.
get you immediately.
Of course, yes. I should be able to, like I said, I have other things to attend to, but this is certainly my personal highest priority, so do not be afraid to contact me if necessary.
Certainly.
All right, then.
Thank
so I can, do you have a map of the city? And we'll say that you do. You were given one by the
Yes.
shield bearers, and he'll kind of just point out the various locations. Which, if you're looking on the map screen right now, you of course have the construction site, which is just on the outskirts of the Tiger District up here. The park in the Hayti district, which is the Park of the Elders, is right here. Yep. And then the Phoenix district is up here, and there's a tea house, which he explains it's a tea house, but it is called the tea house. If you ask anyone where the tea house is, they will know what you mean.
Hmm.
And so those are the places. So
That's
All right.
a convenient place to be if you're competing with other tea houses.
Yeah, to be the definitive article.
yeah. So do you ask him about that or?
Yeah. Why is it called the tea house?
Well, it's the tea shop, but it
tea
is
shop.
just. I mean, there are other places where tea can be procured, of course, but it's just sort of the first, the most famous. It's the oldest in town, and it has a lot of history to it. A lot of famous individuals have had their tea there over the years, and they maintain a lot of there's a lot of shelves up on the walls where teacups that were used by various famous individuals are still kept, and it's prestige. You know, it is the tea house. Everyone else has to call them, you know, Ed's tea house or the steeped dragon or whatever. But the tea house, the tea shop. You see, you've got me saying it now. The tea shop. That's the one.
Ah. And how old is it?
Oh, generations. I don't know the precise number. I could look it up for you if you think that would be helpful.
We'll
One
ask
last
while
thing.
we're there.
If we were to stay overnight here, where would you recommend us we stay?
Well, there's a number of inns in town that would be. If you give them my name, I can assure that you're accounted for. Assuming that this is not. I think if we may need to revisit what the plan is if it's more than a couple of nights, but
Certainly.
so there would be no problem if you just find a place if you need to.
Thank you.
All right then. So I guess I will return to my post, but do please keep me informed, and I wish you luck determining the nature of our problem here.
We'll keep you apprised.
Yes.
Okay. So Kun Anjun departs. Order of the Golden Prawn, where would you like to go?
I'm wondering, with the Park of the Elders and the tea shop, I mean, the tea shop is a place that is old. It's, obviously some form of tradition.
Mm-hmm.
Park of the Elders, judging by the name, I would imagine it's a place to honor the elders.
And a construction site, perhaps unearthing something old or being built over something old.
Perhaps.
I see your line of thought.
Yeah.
Well, the Hayti district is closer. Let's go there.
I think the order should be the park, the tea house, and then the construction site. And that would be the most
That doesn't
logical
make
Okay.
path for us to take.
That sounds
Axel, you agree?
I do. Although I do find it interesting that if someone is controlling this, obviously, that they must be very powerful if it can affect the entire city. This isn't a small city.
No, it's not a small city. That's no. This is perhaps our greatest opponent yet.
Well, perhaps it's not so much that they are, the power comes from them entirely. It could be that they are tapping into some nature of the city itself,
We're walking as we talk.
Yeah.
We're talking, by the way.
Sure.
And we're walking, and we're walking.
or
Yeah.
or whatever, or maybe there is an intent that is being that is driving this
Mhm.
with the
Well-
connection to the city.
Let's speculate once we've got some information.
Sure. So you've made your way through the city. I think it's, we'll say it's like mid morning, like it's maybe 10:30 or something like that. And you're making your way through. There's, the streets are occupied. People are, going about their business. Um, and you don't necessarily have any sense of what the vibe is currently like, but people do seem a little bit like nobody's saying anything about it or talking about the mysterious mist that happened, of course, but people do seem stressed. But as you get close to the Hayti district, you find that the Park of the Elders is quite a lovely place. It's a beautiful public space devoted to walking and peaceful contemplation. And in particular, one of the most notable things as you enter is that there is a large monument prominently displayed. And the monument depicts a regal dragonborn seated on an ornate throne, a vision of wisdom and grace. She cradles a large scroll in one arm and raises the other hand as if about to speak. Stone plaques set into the statue's foundation are engraved with Queen Yongsu's many achievements.
And Diak would definitely read through those.
Sure. You and anyone else who would like to can make history checks.
Sure, let's do that.
Okay. History.
I must be distracted by the aesthetics of the statue.
Okay, so Xenophon got a 10. What did you say?
14.
14? Okay, so what you learn and based this, lines up with the little that you know here, but the Queen Yongsu must be a relatively recent monument because it seems to have been put up to honor her death, which was only 10 years ago. So this was the queen before the current queen, who is Queen Jin Mi. So Queen Yongsu was her mother, and the former queen who was queen for many years before that. And so this is a monument devoted to her, and all of the plaques talk about her many public works over the years and the many things that she's done for the city and to help people out and everything. And so it's certainly an impressive monument. She seems to have done quite a lot over her reign to help the city.
Okay. And some point I would like to cast cast detect magic.
Okay.
I'm trying to see. It's only 10 minutes, so probably not too it only lasts 10 minutes, and it had to be a ritual, so that would 10 minutes to cast in.
I mean,
because I don't have it prepared normally.
Okay, well, so yeah, if you want to do it as a ritual, that would take you 10 minutes to prepare that, so we could have everyone else doing other things in the meantime.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Don't mind having a poke about.
Yeah, let's make a circuit.
Mm-hmm. There's not a lot of people in the park right now, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. It seems like it's it's devoted to walking in quiet contemplation, and people are kind of off just doing other things. It's in the middle of the day. So it does, I guess what I'm trying to say is there's not a lot of people around, but that doesn't feel strange. It just feels like.
Yeah, so I think my question is, this is an area we've been told has a lot of attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Does there seem to be any kind of presence, like a guard presence? Like, all right, people have just been randomly falling, waking up on the ground, whatever. Do we think that this is, some kind of criminal or something that's taking advantage of the area or something? It would be kind of the reaction that I would expect from a security.
Yeah. Well,
force.
So bearing in mind though that at least based on what your magistrate friend has said, no one else believes that there is actually something uniting all of these events.
Right. But there does seem to be a lot of injuries occurring in this one place. Well, maybe in just this one place there
Well,
are
so
a band of thieves.
okay, but what I'm telling you is that there does not seem to be an increased guard presence.
Okay.
I think that, I mean, you can draw your own conclusion, but he was very insistent on saying this is what he has put together because nobody else is looking into it because they don't think anything's happening.
Right.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
So the point is that he has determined that there seem to be a lot of attacks in this location. Nobody else has connected the dots.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'm going to look around for things like bloodstains, claw marks. Those things were flying around and perching on rooftops and things like that.
Mhm.
But there might be some. Uh, did these creatures seem to have human feet, or were they clawed or anything like weird in any way?
I think that kind of like the hands, they seemed to have, not quite bird-like talons necessarily, but clawed feet.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to look for basically just like anything that that would be the remains of an attack.
Okay. You can make like an
Um,
investigation or maybe a survival check.
I will help you in your investigation, so
Okay.
maybe advantage.
22.
Okay, on survival.
Yeah.
I'll say that you don't really find anything of the nature that you're looking for in terms of just things that seem like they would be clue-like, right? You don't see any obvious evidence of that. You see places where it looks like maybe a scuffle happened here, but that's all you can really tell. Like there's just a place where like the dirt maybe is a little bit disturbed, but not in
Some
any way
crushed
that
flowers, because I mean, a place like this has probably got flower beds.
yeah.
So,
And so like there's places like that, but nothing that really feels like it leads you to anywhere or anything like that. But what I will say is that with a 22 in kind of that intangible instinct sort of way, the place
Mhm.
in this park that does give you the most sort of like the hairs on the back of your neck standing up a little bit
hmm
is around that monument.
Huh. Okay.
Huh.
Okay. Uh, hmm.
Who else is doing stuff while Dianok is preparing the detect magic?
I'm generally wandering around the park, not quite as forceful as my companions, but trying to get a lay of the land and seeing if
Mm-hmm.
anything happens to catch my eye, just being led by luck and consequence.
Mm-hmm.
Is the statue of the previous leader the only monument in there, or is there other things? Because they were, stone-like creatures that maybe could have hidden amongst
Oh,
other
sure, yeah.
statues.
So there are certainly other monuments. It is a park of the elders, and that one queen is not the only one honored here, although it is certainly the newest and biggest of those monuments. But looking around at the other sort of monuments and obelisks and statues and everything, you don't see any that look anything like the figures you fought in the mist.
Does any of the past leaders resemble the face of the woman we fought in the mist, of the stone creature that we fought in the mist?
A good question, but not that you can tell. The faces that you fought were human faces, or at least humanoid, like not dragonborn faces.
Mhm.
There are some that are more recent, and you can't really see any that seem like an obvious resemblance. And then there are some that are old enough that the features have kind of roughened a bit over the years, and it's harder to tell. There are some that are dragonborn and some that are humans, and there's a dwarf or two, around. But you don't see it's a good thing to check, but you don't see anything that seems like a slam dunk.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
All right. So Xenophon, you kind of didn't give me a specific course of action. You're just kind of walking around, but
Yeah, I Yeah,
I mean, we could call
gonna-
that an investigation if you want.
Yeah, let's call it an investigation.
Okay.
That's simple. So that's what he's doing. So let's see what he finds anything to investigate. 14.
Okay. I think that the only thing that really kind of stands out to you is that this newer monument, um, like most of the monuments, don't seem to make as big a deal about listing the person's accomplishments the way that that big one does. Now that might just be the newer style, but it does seem to be a departure in the style compared to the older monuments.
That sort of rest guest day approach to like this is all I did is kind of a break from the previous style.
Yeah, the others seem more like here's this person, we all know what they did, or you could look it up and find out, but they don't make a point of having here's a bunch of plaques that actually just put it all as a list.
Yeah. Okay, I think I'll wander back to where Dianak is still
Okay.
doing his his
So
ritual.
yeah, so Dianak, as you finish your ritual, you don't see anything that just really leaps out at you as obviously magical and enchanted now, but it does give you sort of a like there's kind of a necromancy background radiation. But one of the things also that you remember learning about Ionido before coming here is that they do periodically have issues with what are known as Guishin, which are ancestral spirits that feel like they're not being remembered properly. And so that is something that Ionido deals with from time to time. And so it's possible that that feeling you're getting is basically that's what that is.
Yeah.
But you don't really see anything else unusual or that
Okay.
you wouldn't expect.
And just kind of go around the park as much as I can while having the side up. Don't see anything.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Is anyone proficient in religion?
I am actually.
Okay. Do you not go ahead and make a religion check?
So am I actually.
Okay. Yeah. So either of you can make one, or however you want to do that.
Natural 20.
All right. There you go.
Yay!
So the thing
Nice.
that occurs to you, Dianak, I think, given that you've been told Guishin are kind of maybe a thing, and some of what you're talking about doesn't seem like it's entirely inconsistent with the idea of, ghosts and spirits and that sort of thing, right? It is a bit of a cliche, but a cliche because it's mostly true. It's the middle of the day right now, so even though the mist came out earlier elsewhere, it also, like, the middle of the day is not necessarily the time that you most expect to encounter spiritual phenomena.
So make a point. Maybe we can make a point to come back here.
At night.
Yeah.
Midnight.
Sun-
midnight.
sunset at night.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
So
No.
I'm wondering if I'm wondering since I imagine we've gotten together, shared our observations,
Mhm.
and if this one statue is the only one that has a list of accomplishments,
Yes.
it's a break from tradition. Perhaps that might be a cause, or at least something.
How so?
It's pride. It's a appearance of pride, and all these other statues are humble.
Yeah.
They
Well,
honor, but it's humbly.
yeah. I mean, given what I was telling you all, I researched about this culture. It does seem out of character for members of this culture to have that basically that, I think the word is resume of what she's done.
Well,
Also,
with the wrinkle that the royal family is like the exception, right? Like they're not the exception in some things, but basically the royal family is like number one rule is you don't speak ill of the royal family. everything else is like
Yeah.
under that. And so
No.
this was the former queen. So there's that. But at the same time, it's also true that there are monuments to other members of the royal family that are
Yeah,
not so
they're not
extravagant.
they're not blasting in 14-point type what they've done.
They explained to us that they've had issues with spiritual creatures before because they felt like they were not being remembered properly. That could stem from this, because if this is the only member of the royal family that is being braggadocious in their own remembrance, it could be seen as disrespect to the ones who came before them.
Well, that's an interesting word. I'll have to
That-
write that one down.
That was honestly
Braggadocious.
my how I was thinking it would be taken. And the tea shop, you know, they have a display of cups that were you know that were used by people of note. It's prideful.
Hmm.
Well, we can certainly have a look at the tea shop and make some conclusions once we've been there.
Yes.
But yeah, I would be interested in finding out more about the history of this particular monument. But perhaps that's a question for later. We'll need to figure out how to ask that in a way that isn't likely to get us
Well,
answers that aren't helpful.
curiosity about its creator, about decisions that were made regarding it.
Well, we could
It's simple research.
we could also probably get away with asking on June those questions in a more private setting. But I think we might want to now go check with the construction site.
Not the tea shop?
Tea shop's on the way.
Yes.
Because I feel like if we I feel like it seems odd that a park would have a lot of attacks and then a construction site. Like, I don't see the connection there. And I think having more information about maybe what they're doing at the construction
Well, we're not going to skip the construction site. I'm just saying that it'll be more, I don't like walking any further than I have to. All right, let's put it that way. I'm lazy. Let's just go to the tea shop first, so we're not doubling back so much.
Kansan prefers to put his energy into his cooking.
Exactly.
Excellent.
Not only that, I'm not going to be able to get nice tea at a construction site. So
Exo looks at Kent. That was my next assumption. Was that the idea of good tea was drawing you to the tea shop?
you know me too well.
All right.
And-
So the tea shop is the next.
The tea shop
shop.
is where we're going.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you're walking through the city and you leave the Hayti district, entering the Phoenix district, the Phoenix district is very obviously like the oldest part of the city. It's adjacent to the royal palace, which the previously mentioned seat of dragons, which you can see kind of like it's not an enormously tall building, but it's taller than the things around it, and so you see it in the distance. It's up on a hill a little bit, so it does kind of loom a little bit over everything else. But
Miller, could I keep an eye out for any images that match those of the creatures we fought?
oh, sure, yeah. I will let you know if you come across any. We'll assume that you're keeping your eyes out, eyes peeled, so to speak. So yeah, this is obviously like this is the rich and wealthy part of town. But it's also the area that's got the most kind of history to it. And so you're moving through the area, and you find where the tea shop is without difficulty. It's you're one street over, and you ask someone, says, "Do you know where the tea shop is?" And then when you'll have like half a dozen people who overhear you point all in the same direction. It's people know where it is the point. But so yeah, you arrive at this place. The outside of it is not like overly ornate, but it's clearly been there for a while and is nonetheless well cared for. Um, and there's a lot of like sort of outside tables nearby that seem kind of not necessarily officially part of the shop so much as people come in and get tea and then they take it and sit outside, or if they sit inside. But when you go inside, you do see that just like Kun Anjun told you, all of the shelves are, the walls are decorated with these shelves that have a whole bunch of different fancy teacups up on the walls that are generally all labeled with a little sign reflecting different people's names. And so behind the counter, you see a middle-aged human man. He sees you and says, "Ah, welcome, welcome. I am Abichin Hay. I am the owner of this tea shop for now. And I would love to offer you a pot of buckwheat tea, or perhaps jujube tea."
Which
What
do
is,
you prefer?
I'm unfamiliar with juju teas. What is it?
Well, it's a bit sweet. It is probably less familiar to people from other lands. It's a staple here, of course, but it's a bit sweeter, whereas the buckwheat tea is a bit grassier. If you follow me.
Then we'll have some of the juju tea.
Yeah,
The first
agreed.
one.
Yes.
Jujube is a real thing. It's a little bit like a date, I think, is my
Okay,
understanding.
Ah.
sounds lovely. Yes.
Nice.
Yes, absolutely.
I believe that's correct. I looked it up at one point. um,
Oh,
yeah, so it is a pot of tea is a mere 2 silver pieces.
I'll spring for that.
Is there excellent? Is there any like pastries or anything in like a case or?
Yeah, I think they have some of those too, and we could say like another silver piece each for something to go with the tea.
Yeah,
Okay.
Axel. Yeah, Axel will pay for those because he asked, is there what he would pair with that tea?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
So he is happy to provide service, and he begins preparing your tea for you. It smells really good, I think.
Yeah,
while
I'm
we're
going
waiting,
to.
can I want to look at the labels on the uh, on the shelves and see
Mhm.
if any names pop out.
Okay. I mean, there's hundreds of them, so I don't know necessarily what you're looking for.
I mean, I guess like uh,
Is
names
one
that sound like they've had um. I guess my thoughts like names that we might have heard elsewhere.
Okay.
and or is there one that looks far more fancy than the others?
Uh no, I mean there are some that look fancier than others, but by and large they're teacups. There's not like one that's made of platinum and or encrusted with jewels or anything like that.
Yeah.
Don't think that would actually work very well for serving tea.
Hmm.
No.
You'd either burn your mouth or it would go cold too fast.
Well, you could also you would have to worry about like heavy metal poisoning by putting
Yeah.
boiling water in.
Yeah, platinum in your
Um,
tea is not good.
But yeah, so I think whether or not you know any of the names is really kind of a history check sort of question.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because these are people famous in Ionido. If your character wouldn't have any reason to know those names,
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
um, but yeah, so he provides you your tea, and right now it is actually a little bit crowded inside. It's around lunchtime, so it's like nobody is shooing you out the door or anything, but you're just sort of feeling like people are trying to like get in around you and
So
I would like.
maybe a
I would
friend-
like to kind of read the room.
mm-hmm.
Big, paying attention to what people are saying and how they're sitting and what they're doing is like, what kind of place is this? This is a place where people come to can kind of come together and meet to do business? Is this a place where people come to celebrate, or is this a neighborhood joint? What just kind of I want to what kind of feeling does the place give?
Yeah, it does feel less like the place people say, "Hey, let's go get lunch," and more like the place of, "Our son graduated today. Let's go take him for tea at the tea shop."
Right. Okay.
Okay.
So it's like it's a big deal kind of place.
Well, it like the history of it seems to be a big part
Yeah.
of the appeal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
When
I want to basically read um our host Abachum.
Hmm.
Like, I mean, he was friendly and
Beach
effusive
in
enough to
He
Hay.
us.
also said
Exactly.
for now.
Hmm.
This
Well,
like
the tea shop is generations old,
Yeah.
so
okay.
yeah,
Related,
Okay.
yeah.
basically.
Yeah, so I want to watch him. I mean, he was effusive enough with us, but I want to
Hmm.
basically take his measure as I'm sipping
Okay.
this
Um,
date tea.
go ahead and make an insight check.
Uh, let's see. Insight is not my strong suit, but I'll give it a shot
Hmm.
anyway. I got an 18.
Oh, that's pretty good. So you get the feeling from him that he is certainly happy to serve you tea, but you get the feeling that he maybe has the feeling that you didn't really come here for tea, and he's a little worried why you're actually here.
mm,
Well,
So
yeah.
you're reading him reading us.
Yeah,
Yes, I'm reading him. It's the mirror approach.
right. Now he seems very much like he's not going to be the first to say anything.
right. When he does bring back or serve us the tea, Axel would like to ask him. Um, we heard that two nobles were injured here or found outside of here. Where is that? Can you show us where that was?
Well, I'm of course very, very busy right now, and this is a very safe neighborhood. I don't think you have to worry about anything like that.
Insight check.
All right. Well, go ahead and make an insight check.
Because if two people were injured outside of my
Mhm.
place of business, I would like to know what happened.
Yeah.
Let's see what that is. If it pops up for me. 22.
Okay. You get the feeling that what it is that yes, of course, there was an attack recently of a pair of nobles that were nearly killed, but he doesn't want to get around that this is a dangerous place to be.
Right.
So he's trying to downplay what he knows. You get the impression he knows that there was an attack that you mentioned, but he's
Right.
trying to downplay it because he doesn't want to.
Right. And so Exo goes, you know, we were thinking of taking our tea outside. Um, could you direct, would it be near where we could sit? Basically trying to insinuate, I get it. Just, wink, wink, nudge, nudge us in
Sure.
the right direction.
How about a persuasion check?
Yeah,
No, my thoughts like maybe point to your, shield
Yeah,
bearer.
time to time to
Oh,
tap the badge.
As he
Yeah.
says that, he kind of shows the emblem of the cloak a little bit.
Yeah.
That's a 27.
Okay, there you go.
I don't think I could do better. I'm the bard.
Yeah, so I think you kind of imply that like you're to be trusted, and this maybe is some kind of like a problem-solving business and not just someone looking for gossip. And so he kind of looks at you and assesses and looks at the rest of your group, and he just says, Yes, of course. Let me show you a fine spot for this time of day, shady and nice cross breeze." And he leads you kind of just outside to, one of the tables just right around the corner that's a little bit less, full at the moment. And he just says, I don't have a lot of information for you, but yes, the strange occurrences did happen just across the street right there. You can see, and it's basically a narrow alley of a street. And he says, the individuals in question are a pair of nobles named Na De Shim and Da Juwon. They are, yes, just was a strange occurrence. That just nobody knows what happened to them. They didn't seem to remember anything, but they were just found on the street, wounded and near death. If we hadn't been able to get some priests to them, they surely would have died. I don't know what happened, but I do hope that if the mystery of their assault can be solved, I certainly would be glad to hear about it. They would know more than I would imagine, although my understanding is they didn't remember what happened.
Where might we find them?
Well, the two of them often play Baduk, which is it's a game. Do you know it?
I do not. Please tell me more.
It's a game. Better seen than explained. There's a Baduk hall just outside the. It's a couple of blocks away. They often play Baduk this time of day, and I think that's probably where you would find them now.
Thank you.
And like to kind of look at around where they were pointed and see like hiding spots and like any particular.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like especially notable as a location. It's kind of just a street
Okay.
corner.
So it's more just they happen to be there,
Hmm.
likely. Okay.
Yeah.
While we're at the tea shop,
Yeah.
I want to look around just the decor and the uh, ornamentation and it's like, okay, this place has been around for a long time.
Hmm.
Are there like things that connect? Are there like manifestations of the history? Like, oh, here's a glass case in which we have the first teapot that
Hmm.
our ancestors used,
Mhm.
400 years or
Yeah.
whatever. Just kind of looking for that aspect of things.
Right. There doesn't seem to be the sort of more general history artifacts in that way. It seems exclusively tied to this idea. The all of the teacups up on the walls are kind of like the classic, the Sardi's thing where there's caricatures of all the famous people that have eaten there,
Mhm.
that sort of thing. It seems pretty much dedicated to that. Like that's the style. There's lots of that, and there's not really other
Anything
things that
else?
are more
Yeah.
like museum. It's the rest of it seems more devoted to being a functional tea shop. Like even those shelves are kind of up where they're like visible but out of the way.
Okay. Okay.
Hmm. All right. So I suspect that I wouldn't want to speak too much about business that I didn't have any connection to, but it sounds like if that was helpful to you, I hope so, and I will be getting back to what is my
Uh,
business, if you don't mind.
One final question. Uh, in the Park of the Elders, um, the newest statue of the previous queen. Do you could I have your opinions on its construction?
Uh, I guess I'm not sure I know. The late queen was, of course, a wonderful monarch who did a lot of good for the city. I think it's entirely fitting that she should be honored with such an incredible monument. And her daughter, the current queen, is living up to her reputation well, I believe.
Very good. That's good to hear.
How long has the new queen been reigning?
10 years. 10 years since Queen Jinmi took up the crown from her mother, Queen Zhongsu, who of course is at rest.
Yes.
may she be at peace.
Uh, so, if that's all, then I will be getting back to work.
Yes, thank you.
And he
I'll
heads
be
back
sipping
inside.
the tea as he leaves.
Mhm.
Wait for him to go. I do think it is an additional step on our way, but I would like to talk to those two nobles. Perhaps they remember nothing. Perhaps they don't.
Mhm.
But I think at least engaging with them might be useful. It might give us more clues and more leads.
Mhm.
And I know that 10 is an interesting and important number. Perhaps the reason why things are happening now is because it's the 10th year of her reign.
Hmm.
I mean, according to our employer, it's been gradually increasing over the years. So I don't think that
But
10 is.
we've hit a critical mass apparently now.
Well, I mean, he's. I think the critical mass is his own frustration.
So what he said was that he can't be certain exactly when it started because it started slowly, and it
Yeah.
has been accelerating recently, but it certainly has been going on for years.
Okay. Okay. Strike that theory.
Oh, perhaps it was. Perhaps it might not have been noticed, but the cause of it was a was something that they were warned of beforehand, and the warning either was ignored or not recognized, and then just
Well,
and
I mean, if there was some kind of you've done wrong and need to change your ways kind of thing going on, you'd think the message would be clearer, and that it wouldn't be making people forget. That's kind of doesn't work.
hmm,
Maybe it's more of a distraction to cover up another activity, especially
That would be more likely to me that there's something going on while the mist is about, and
perhaps the
The miss is a
attacker.
cover. Yeah, yeah. Something's happening while the attacks are going on.
and if you sow a
Yeah.
seed of paranoia, because if they can't remember how they got hurt or when they got hurt, or
Well, according to our employer, people are devising um, explanations. They're
right,
not because if people are all around the city were getting mauled and didn't know why, there
Mhm.
would be a hue and cry. There would be like, oh my God, I woke up with these terrible wounds and I don't remember how I got them, and it was happening all over the place. There would be alarm, there would be investigations. But if the fog is not only making it so that they don't remember, but changing their memories so they remember something else, that's a different dynamic.
But also
Well,
consider this is a culture where they keep lots of things close to the vest. So
That's
if they
true
don't
too.
remember, they may just be inventing things just their own sense of self-preservation.
And
That's
oftentimes
possible too.
when the mind uh, is unable to actually recall what happens, it fills in on its own details of what seems reasonable.
Yeah, that's entirely possible too.
so are you going over to the Badu Call to try to find those two nobles?
Xenophon
Uh,
does.
yes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, let's go.
All right. So it is a mere 3 blocks away, not too far to walk at all. As you arrive, this is a well. So it says characters who have proficiency in performance know the game. I'm not
That
sure why
might
that.
be me.
And I actually have proficiency
Okay,
in performance.
so in that case, you know that it's basically fantasy Go, right? It is the or
Okay.
it's a game of strategy played on a board with black and white round pieces.
Okay.
So in any case, as you go there, this is basically it's obviously kind of a social club sort of place. There's a
Uh-huh.
lot of people who are middle-aged and up, just kind of hanging with their friends and playing Baduk. That's that sort of
Yeah,
place.
yeah.
So
Baduk is the excuse for being here, not
sure,
a
yeah. So you see dozens of players concentrate at tables covered in these circular black and white pieces. There are hall guards and attendants that work at the place that serve minor, small refreshments and such. And there's lots of players. Um, but you could probably, you have the names, so you could probably ask someone, or
So
how
what
do
I'm
you
going to do,
approach
yeah,
otherwise?
I'll ask if either of them are, if Nat and Don are present.
Okay. Yeah. So they are, and you are, directed to them. So as you approach the table that you're directed to, Na Deshim, a dwarf man, and Da Juwon, are a human woman, are in the middle of an intense game, meaning they are both sitting staring intently at the board, and neither of them apparently doing or saying anything, but they seem very involved.
Who appears to be winning?
I don't want to create a crowd around them, so I'm going to hang back and maybe observe a different game nearby that is but listen to what's going on over there.
Yeah. Who appears to be winning? Can I
Uh,
tell?
Go ahead and make an insight check.
Oh, again, not really.
It is that's the skill that it suggests here, but
Yeah.
you are looking at the state of the board.
Xenophon doesn't know much about this game apparently.
Okay,
He
well,
has no
or at
clue.
the very least that they have got the board in a configuration right now that you are not familiar with, and it's hard to say.
No.
So you're not sure, but I think as you're standing there, you don't need a high insight score to get a little bit of a sense of. They have not turned to look at you or say anything, but you have noticed the subtle shifts in their body language that suggest that they are aware that someone is watching them play, and they are not engaging.
How injured do they look?
Oh, they look fine,
Okay.
but bear in
Uh,
mind they received healing.
Yeah.
So
How long ago was this?
it
2
was
weeks?
a couple of days ago.
Okay. Okay. So with magical healing, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, they don't look injured in any way that you can see.
Okay. Hmm. Uh, can can DNR try and see who's winning?
Sure, go make your own insight check.
Okay. Natural one.
Okay.
You have very
So how
clues than
about
I am.
this? You are sure that the Nadeshim, the dwarf, seems to be lining up his opponent for a clever strike. That you're pretty sure that's what's about to happen.
That's an interesting tactical situation.
They look up at you with just kind of expressions of like, "What are you talking about?"
Art. Well, I don't wish to reveal any strategy, but it appears that one of you is lining the other up for you know, a a strike to win the game.
The dwarf looks up at you and says, "My boy, my friend, it seems very clear to me that you do not understand the intricacies of this game. This is the classic mirroring approach that has been used for many generations. We are not playing to win. This is a game of a dance.
Oh,
And
okay.
I just would ask that you perhaps allow us to play our game, and if you wish to discuss other things besides Baduk, that can wait until our game is played. So if you don't mind."
As a matter of fact, we would like to discuss some other things, so we will wait.
I'll put a hand on
The
Dinak's
yeah, the
shoulder and
woman
draw him
says,
back.
Wonderful. And she goes back to the game.
um, Hexel is interested in the game because Hexel
Mhm.
doesn't really know about a lot of games, and this is
Mhm.
an interesting one because he's going to watch. And I'm guessing if he kind of wants to read what's going on with it, would that still be another insight check?
Yeah, well, insight is the skill that
Okay.
the game here has suggested for trying to read the nature of the board.
Okay. 18.
Okay. Yeah, I think especially based on the explanation that the dwarf game gave, and kind of looking at the nature of the board, you don't necessarily know the game, so you're not sure, but you can kind of see how the two different patterns of each color look like they kind of complement each other in an aesthetically pleasing way. So you think that they're probably correct when they said that. They weren't making something up.
Okay.
But you also are getting the impression from them they're they're playing a game. Who are these strangers who are coming up and bothering them? So they're
Right.
a little annoyed.
And
Is it something where we would be able to get our own, or is this like you bring your own set and then and
I know
play? Or
you could go get your own.
um,
Xenophon, you
Yes.
seem to uh, have some realization of this game. Could you perhaps demonstrate it for me?
You wish to play?
Yes.
I think we have the time. If yeah, I think I'm going to engage Dinak in a game of
Okay. So, Canthan, while you're kind of watching all this happen, you're seeing that two small attempts to kind of, you know, get in there didn't seem to be very effective. And then for the first time since you've come in, one of them reaches forward, slowly makes one move, and then sits back, and the other one goes, hmm. And I think you have the impression like this is not a fast moving game.
No.
um, Exel will say he continues watching for a little bit, sees the move, sees them study the board, and says, "I'm not super familiar with this game, but I am familiar with how complementary your styles of play seem to be. And whether a victor comes out in the end or not, it seems that this may take some time. So, if I could be so obliged of you to take a break as to talk with you of something so you can get back to it undisturbed, it would be an honor for me."
Go ahead and make a persuasion check. You know what? I'll even give you advantage just because you're kind of commenting on their strategy in a way that I think would make sense to them.
Come on, let's go. 19.
19. They kind of look up at each other and at you and kind of the rest, and they glance over, and I think they even spot Canthan over at the door, and they're just looking at each other and just saying, "Very well, as long as we keep it short, and that after we are done, you leave."
Of course.
Shall we step outside and get some fresh air while we talk?
Yes. Um, he he kind of gestures with his ears to everyone else. Although he kind of looks at Dianak and Xenophon like,
Oh, okay.
yeah. I think I'm
Kinda
getting up and
threatening.
falling outside.
"Eh."
I'm not the most effective bard, apparently.
Well, can't win them all. So in any case, the two of them uh, come out of the sort of the playing area, and they go to one of the there's sort of a like a patio area outside, and they call for some rice wine and have a seat somewhere where you guys can kind of crowd around the same table. And so, what is this business that has such an assemblage come to see the two of us?
We've been asked to look into your attacks or your injuries, as well as a few others that have happened. But because of your importance, we wanted to come and speak with you first.
Well, as you can see, the two of us have, no lingering injuries. We're doing just fine. I don't know that we have anything remaining to complain about or contribute. I don't know what else we could tell you, but I suppose if you must.
Well, we just wanted to know if there was anything that seemed out of the ordinary for your normal day. As we heard from the tea shop that you all play here, which is how we found you. Was there anything that other than us that has come about that has interrupted your day?
Uh, you mean today or the day of the attack?
The day of
The day of the attack.
Well, that does make more sense, I suppose. You may imagine it's not a day that we enjoy thinking back on. And the woman just says, yes, indeed, it was quite traumatic, and perhaps the fact that we don't remember exactly what happened is a bit of a mercy. We do have, tea at the tea shop with some regularity. It was after dusk when it happened. We were at the tea shop and we had just finished and were leaving. There wasn't really anybody around, was there? And the dwarf says, "Well, there was a woman who kind of lingering near the shop. She seemed a bit strange to me." "Who do you mean?"
Oh.
What the woman who's just kind of hovering outside the shop, like she was waiting for someone. Oh yes, I did see her. But I mean, she was kind of outside the shop. There really wasn't anyone else around. And the next thing either of us can remember, we're waking up covered in blood, near death. Fortunately, there were people who heard our cries of dismay and summoned a priest to help us. And so we've been healed, thank the gods, of course. But
Yes.
that's I don't know what else happened.
Can you tell us more about that woman? Can you describe her? Any unusual details about her?
Go ahead and make another persuasion check.
Okay.
I will assist you. That was the exact question I wanted.
Sure.
27.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So the dwarf hesitates for a moment. This is Dacium, and he kind of says, "This is something that I feel like it feels a bit speculative, and I hesitate to speculate on these things because they can be, of course, so important and occasionally, embarrassing for the people involved. But I did get a bit of the feeling that this woman might in fact not be alive. I think it might have been a Guishin." And he kind of glances over at the woman for sort of like, "What do you think?" And she just has her lips pursed and like she doesn't want to talk about it, but she does kind of give sort of a sideways head nod of like, maybe.
Mm.
And so obviously these things can be very sensitive, and we wouldn't want to presume that it was there for anyone at the tea shop. We don't think that the proprietor there has done anything. Certainly nothing that we would have any knowledge about. I don't know why there would be a Guishin there, but I don't think there was anyone else around, and I all we saw, as I can tell you, is that she just seemed to be sort of anxiously waiting.
Can you remember if she was wearing any sort of clothing that stood out or had her hair in any way that distinguished her?
Or some other sort of individual marking of some kind.
The dwarf starts to talk, and then the woman just says, "Don't ask him about those things. He doesn't remember any of that sort of thing." She was wearing a sort of and she just proceeds to describe the outfit and the hair, and there are elements of it that do sound maybe a little bit like the figures that attacked you in the mist.
Oh.
On that note,
It says,
Um,
I didn't recognize anything about her, but that is what she looks like.
Exo kind of looks around and he looks at everyone and says, I think we need to go back and speak with the proprietor of the tea shop and let these two get back to their game.
Well, yes, if you are done with your questions, I think that is what we would like to. I hope that that will be helpful, and I hope that if there are any embarrassing revelations to come about, that you won't share that we spread any rumors.
We completely understand. We will not dishonor you thusly.
They nod, and they look. They both sit down and begin to. They look at each other over their still half full glasses of rice wine, and one of them just sips it. And they seem like they're not in a hurry, but there's still nonetheless of a. You all get the body language vibe of, okay, we're done.
Yeah. Yeah, nobles.
Yeah. And they are now playing the game of whose turn is it by who's going to finish whoever finishes their rice wine first loses.
Oh, really in a hurry to get back to the game, huh?
As we leave,
Mhm.
I look at those guys and I say, I look at all of my compatriots and say, I think our proprietor was not as forthcoming, or maybe we didn't ask the right questions, but our Baduk playing friend gave me a description that reminds me very much of what we were attacked by.
Well, I don't want to try to come into any conclusions until we've also gone to the construction site.
We also don't want to put him into a corner where he'll react badly.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
But,
Also, we might want to go back to the tea shop and or the park after dusk.
Mm.
Yes, that's my thought.
It's still
Perhaps
only
the-
like 1 p.m., but yeah.
It's only one, right? Exactly. So I think the construction site is our next bet, and then
Yeah.
we can decide what sites we're going to basically stake out.
And
Oh,
also,
where are you going back to the tea shop first, or to the construction site next?
I'm suggesting that we don't go to the tea shop until dusk.
Okay.
We'll immediately press that button. It's a good button to press, but I don't think we
Yeah.
press it right now.
All right.
yeah, let's go to the construction site now.
yes, and
Well,
also
yeah.
if it's later in the evening, there may be less people, so he'll have less of an excuse to usher us out quietly.
Yeah.
This way to the egress, yes.
Mhm. All right. So, as you are making your way past the Seat of Dragons and towards the gate in the primary city walls, You can see that outside the walls there, the Tiger District is a relatively new part of the city, and there's still a fair amount of construction going on. And in particular, the construction site that you were directed to is really on the perimeter where they're actually still sort of clearing forest. There's trees that have been cut down. They're clearing stumps and raising the frames of new houses, and there's armed guards that seem to be looking in the direction of the forest while the construction is going on. And as you're kind of looking at all of that, you do see an official in a uniform come on over, and this is a human who just comes to you and just says, pardon me, I know it can be exciting to watch construction, but if you're just here to sightsee, I would ask that you move along. We're a little behind schedule, and there have been some strange occurrences recently. We're trying to keep the area clear, if you don't mind.
We are, in fact, and I'll gesture very subtly to the shield bearer badge. We are, in fact, here to investigate those strange occurrences, and perhaps you are the exact person we wish to speak to first regarding them.
They kind of do a double take, looking at all of you and like seeing that you're displayed weapons and so on, and they're like, "Oh, the magistrates have finally sent someone."
Yes, they have.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Please tell
Yes,
us all
and-
about the situation.
This is the line we're going with.
I have to be honest with you. I have been, let's say, frustrated with the. We've been sent additional guards, but they, for all that they might be nice people, they have not been able to remedy the solution. Whatever it is, I'm not an expert in security, but whatever it is that they're doing isn't fixing the problem. We're seeing just as many incidents of sabotage, setbacks, injuries. It's a very strange situation, and I think that there is enough of a pattern here that it merits further investigation. I've been trying to get something going, but in the meantime, I have a job to do that is further and further behind schedule with every incident.
Was there an incident earlier today?
Why do you ask?
Uh, we we may have a connection that we would like to simply confirm.
Well, we did have a large pile of timbers that were knocked over from where they were stacked, and nobody saw it happen, but it was quite a mess to be cleaned up and blocked the path where our carts need to go. So until we were able to get those all... why? What do you think happened? I am dying for a theory here.
I believe there is some form of magic at work here. One that causes the memory to be altered or erased.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. 15. Wow.
Okay.
It's a -1.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
She listens to that, and she's looking at the rest of you and just saying, I don't know about any of that, but I have to say that some of the things that we've been encountering seem very strange to me. The only things that we've been kind of talking about are like sabotage or animal attacks, but frankly, none of those make any sense to me. My workers are in constant fear because they think that some gang or a creature is trying to harm them, but we don't know exactly what's been going on, but there's been just weird things like... Look at this. And she has a small short sword, and she draws it, and she shows like a little chink in the blade, and she's like, that wasn't there yesterday. I don't know what happened. It stays in the scabbard all the time. How did my sword get dented? I don't know. And people find that they are, will just look over and someone will have like claw marks on their shoulder. And how did that happen? They don't even remember it happening. They just know their shoulder hurts all of a sudden. And so I don't know if it's magic. So obviously when we see things like claw marks, people say, "Oh, it must be animal attacks from the forest." But I don't know if you've ever been attacked by a tiger, but it's usually not something you forget.
No,
That
it
is
is not generally.
that's why we assume magic is involved.
Yes.
Is there a particular time of day that these incidents seem to occur? Perhaps at
mean,
night?
I don't know. It has all felt so random. We notice things after they happen.
What in before these attacks started happening? What were the threats in the forest to the city?
Well, I mean, of course, we are clearing parts of the forest, and so the idea that we might encounter some wild animals is not outside the realm of possibility. There are animals in the forest after all, but generally speaking, as I said, this is something
Yeah,
we pay attention to while we're doing it, right?
But
So,
are there beings like dryads, tree ants, or the like in the forest?
I mean, not that I'm aware of. So while this conversation is happening, Canthan, as the
Yes.
bearer of the highest passive perception, you are the first to notice.
Uh-oh.
You are the first to notice some fog starting to drift into the work site. And you notice as you notice it just starting to appear, from here it does seem to be coming from the southeast of you. The general southeast direction.
Huh.
Not like there's not a compass pointing straight southeast, but that general direction.
Right.
But it does
will,
seem to be coming generally from that direction, but it is quickly beginning to engulf the entire city in the way that it has in the last time you saw it. And as the mist starts to envelop the construction site as well, this overseer who introduced herself as Huang Jungsun is looking up at the mist and saying, "You see, weird stuff is happening. What is this? What?"
Have your sword ready.
Yeah, I'll elbow Xenophon and point out the approaching mist.
Yep.
And
One that's coming out.
Get your guards on alert.
Okay.
Now.
Yeah. So she does start, shouting the orders. Is everyone, stop if you're like lifting or everything. We don't want any accidents in the mist. Be on the lookout. And all of a sudden, you hear growling sounds that seem like sort of feline in nature, but not merely big, but also like strangely echoey and resonant in a way that doesn't seem natural. And then coming out of the mist, you see 4 enormous tigers appearing from the direction of the forest, but they're 12 feet long and they have blue tinged fur.
Well,
And I'm going to put
2
you on the map.
arms.
Yeah.
Armed citizens.
All right.
To the big.
Yeah. All right. And so we are going to
Wow.
Oh dear
Okay.
roll
God.
for initiative.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yay!
Oh boy. Yeah,
Okay.
say yay
That's
now.
what I was thinking.
I think this is the same map as before, so I'm hoping that you all do see yourselves on the turn tracker. Yes?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
And I have updated my own.
Okay. And then let me get this guard token is Youngsu this guard this overseer you were talking to. All right, let's see.
And Dianak is in the smartest place for him to be right now.
All right.
Yeah.
Behind Canthan. Yes, that's a smart.
All right. Yeah. So basically, you see that Uh, upon the appearance of those 4 tigers, the couple of guards that were kind of in that general direction immediately break formation and run away.
I can't say I blame them, but
Yeah,
I can't either.
Yeah, so all of the other workers in the area are just running in a panic. But Young Soon, the who is there with you on the basis that she is there with 5 people who seem here to solve these problems, decides to stay and hold her ground with you. Has everyone got their new initiative in place?
Yep.
I think we need a dexterity roll off for Canthan and Flounce. Who's got higher dex?
I'm a 0.
I got his +1, so.
Okay.
Okay, so he wins.
There we go. And what about Dianak and Flounce?
Or
It's Dianak and Exel. Yes, excuse me.
16. Dex.
You're muted, I think, Jason.
I also have a 16.
Okay, so
Please.
just a D20
Rollies.
for both of you, please.
All right. Yep.
19.
Oh gosh, you made it.
All right, that's probably gonna win.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. Okay, so Xenophon, you are up first.
oh wow, with my 13, I'm the
Yeah.
on the top. Oh god. Okay. All right. So first of all, Xenohan's going to move to here because putting Canthan between him and the tigers. He's then going to say, "Hear me now and listen now, Canthan. Canthan can do great deeds. You get bardic inspiration.
Okay.
We know that Canthan can.
We know that
Think
Canthan
they
can.
can.
That's a 1d8. That's a 1d8.
It's a 1d8.
Okay.
And finally for fun. All right, this tiger here, large tiger of mystical might. Your actions will not avail you tonight, and I'm gonna Smuggery it.
Okay, is that a saving throw?
That is a wisdom saving throw.
All right. It gets a 7.
It fails, so it gets disadvantage on its next roll, on that hack roll, and takes 3 points of psychic damage.
Okay. All right.
And that is Tiva.
Okay, Dianak, your turn.
Okay. So I would already have my mage armor up. I'm gonna toss a firebolt at the one that at the closest one.
Okay.
So this one.
Yep.
Go ahead and roll.
Come on. 1 second. Can I? So it'll actually let me roll.
Okay.
There we go. 17.
Okay, yeah, 17 hits.
Okay.
Burn that
And that
kitty.
is 7 fire damage.
Okay. Yes. They it appears to hurt them.
Well, at least these also get damaged by fire, so that's good.
Yep. Axel?
Alrighty. Exel, since there are 4 of these very large tigers, Exel will, and also he's hurt, so so he will I should have used this shit. So yeah, dread form. And wow.
There we go.
It's fine.
Okay.
I got 5 temporary hit points. It's fine.
Fine, we're all fine. How are you?
And on that note, he will move over to near Flounce and step a bit forward. And Eldritch Blast the one that's already been hit.
Sure. Go ahead and roll.
Focus fire.
An entirely reasonable course of action.
There it is. There we go. 16.
16 certainly does hit.
Second one. 25.
Yeah, those are both going to hit.
Oh, that's a natural 20.
No.
Looks like it's a 19.
Oh, no, it's a 19.
Yeah.
That's right. Oh, I was so
So
close.
close.
So close.
Yeah, those both hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
And I will. The first one is 7 points.
Mhm.
And next one is. Oh, that's not the roll. Sorry. Ignore that.
That's okay. Just go ahead and 7, and then the second one is.
There we go. So I know my computer's running really slow for some reason.
I would say in the future, go ahead and roll for damage each time you roll the attack, just in case. You know, like you don't need to like wait to hear the number. You know, we'll either
Yeah.
count it or not. Otherwise, so
It's a
minus 16 total for the two.
And I will push that one back 20 feet.
Okay. Yeah, so you see its claws extending, dragging deep gouges in the ground as it's pushed back from the force of those blasts.
And it needs to make 2 wisdom saves.
Okay.
DC 14.
The first one is a 16, and then a 12.
So it is afraid of me.
Okay.
Unless it's immune. I don't know how this works for ghosts or weird tigers from out of
It does not seem to be immune. It is looking at you with wide eyes, and it's baring its teeth, which is a little bit a little more frantic looking, but it's also clearly been hurt. So,
Right. And that'll be my turn.
yeah. Does not like it's been injured, but you don't see it bleeding red blood against that blue fur.
Oh.
Of course not.
All right, Canthan, your turn.
Okay, I'm going to move 20 feet forward to here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going. Question. From our last fight, I threw one of my hand axes and it disappeared off into the mist.
I assume you found it afterwards. That's fine.
Okay. So I'm going to take the other one, which has not failed me and betrayed its family for 1,000 generations. And I'm going to throw it at the one that's within 20 feet there.
Gotcha.
And I got a 19.
That'll hit for
So-
sure.
Yay!
Yeah. So that's 7 points of damage.
All right.
And then I'm going to back up a little to here
Okay.
with the last 10 feet of my move.
Gotcha. Flounce.
And
Oh, sorry. Did you have more?
No, sorry, no bonus action.
Okay. Flounce.
Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna move to here,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm gonna make myself big.
Oh, big bunny time.
Big in a way that
Buddy.
puts you into melee range. Is that part of the idea?
Yeah,
There
yeah,
you go.
that's
That
pretty
works.
much the idea.
Mhm.
And then I'm gonna whack at it with my halberd.
Nice.
Let's see.
You know, like
my
that
glaive.
actually has reach, so you wouldn't have even necessarily needed to be within 5 feet. But you tell me if you want to be or not.
Nah, I'll be within 5 feet.
All right.
That
Go ahead and roll
if-
your.
Help. Albert siblings represent.
yeah, the first one does not hit it. It's only an 8.
Okay.
But the second attack is a 14.
14 hits.
Yay! And that is 9 points of damage.
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah, and I think that's. Yep, I'm good.
Okay.
I can't do my action. I'm just reminding myself I can't do my action surge again this time.
Well, yeah. Teach you guys to not officially do a short rest, I suppose.
Yep.
That's
Ah.
exactly what I was just typing in chat. We should have taken a short rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps after this we can remedy that.
All right, so that was Flounce's turn. It is now the tiger's turn. The one that is currently afraid of Exel cannot get any closer, so it kind of just paces back and forth angrily from back there. But let's see, what is their movement speed?
I've got my eye on the one on the left specifically. So
Okay. Well, that one seems like it is going to charge. Well, you moved forward the most, so I think it actually is looking at you. And
Okay.
it is attempting to charge at you. It looks like it's going to try a pounce.
okay,
But obviously,
then I
when
will
you have
my
your opportunity attack.
Yep. Oh, I rolled a natural one.
Unfortunately, you miss, and so it does attack. It does get to you, and it attacks with its claws. It gets a 15 to hit, which I don't think hits.
Does not hit. No.
Yes, so you evade its attempt to pounce on you and knock you to the ground. This one up here is going to try to do that to Exel. Zoop. And claw gets a 15 to hit. Does that hit you, Exel?
No, it does not.
All right. This one over here is going to try to claw at you, Flounce. Gets a 24 to hit
That does hit.
for 9 slashing damage.
Grr.
Yeah. All right.
Grr.
So, Jung-soon, the guard here, is running up to try to attack the one that's by you, Canthan. Running up, and they have a spear that they're using two-handed, but they only get an 8 to hit. All right. That brings it back to Xenophon again.
All right, so I will look at this tiger, and I'm going to mock that one. You tiger out of the mist, so fine. You're not going to you go back to your kitty litter. I so decline.
This the one that's by Canthan? Is that the one? Or?
Yeah, by Canthan
right.
and the god, because I don't want our new friend to get killed by this tiger.
Sure.
So
See, you should have said, "Tiger, tiger, burning bright. These adventurers will lay you flat tonight."
I'm saving. I'm
So,
saving the tiger.
got a 15.
Okay, so it's saved. So nothing happens.
Mm-hmm. Okay, anything else for your turn?
I'm going to move back 10 feet.
Okay. Dianok.
You might want to do the same.
I'm going to go ahead and try hideous laughter on the one next to Exel.
So what's the hideous laughter thing? Like they have to have an intelligence of something, I think?
4 or less.
Okay.
What?
Unfortunately, the tigers seem to be immune to jokes.
Okay.
Their intelligence is only 3.
Well, try and no effect and be like, okay, that's knowledge.
Now you know. Tigers don't like jokes. Write it down in your book.
Yeah.
All right, Exel.
I will take a step back, knowing it will provoke.
All right, it does. It gets a crit.
Oh,
no.
It's going to do 19 slashing damage.
I'm good. Sorta.
Yeah, we are going to take at a minimum 10 minutes after this.
And
Oh
you know,
god.
look, normally they don't hit, but this one did. But yeah, so he's definitely gonna get to Eldritch Blast because he needs to go away from it. I don't like them being up in my face. It's my hardest power of fear.
I don't blame you.
So that is a 24.
Yeah, and go ahead. Like I said, go ahead and just roll for damage right away because I
Okay.
think it's going to be happen a little faster, and then we either know to use the damage or not. But
Right. So then.
Alright.
So it's a damage.
those are both going to hit.
Yep.
Still waiting on the dip. There we go. 2.
Oh wow. Oh,
And-
that's 2. There we go. So, and that will be. It's so slow.
Yeah.
8. So
Okay.
a total of 8, 10 points. I'm sorry,
Yep,
and I'll
that's
push
right.
him back 20 feet.
Okay.
That
And
combination of the form of dread and pushback Eldritch Blast is pretty powerful.
it really
Yeah,
is.
And 2
Powerful
with
controls important.
Oh, and then it makes the saving throws.
Yep.
Got a dirty 20 for the first one, and then a 2. So it is afraid, but the other
Right.
one is now not afraid anymore, right?
Yep.
All right. Okay. Anything else from you, Axel?
Nope, that'll be it.
Okay. Can't then.
Okay. Yeah. I will whack it with my halberd.
All right.
20 to hit for the first one.
Sure will.
For 9 damage.
Nice.
11 to hit with the second one. It's not going to hit.
Oh, you do have your bardic inspiration.
Yeah, I'll use that.
Could have had a D8.
7 points makes an 18.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Okay, so 4 points for that. Total of 15 slashing damage.
All right.
And you know what? As a bonus action, I'll whack it with the butt.
Mhm.
Critical!
Nice. Woo! All right.
For
Bring that
a
over.
grand total of 6 bludgeoning damage.
Nice. You knock off one of its fangs with that.
Yeah.
All right. That's a good one. Okay. Anything else on your turn?
That's that. Yeah, no movement.
Okay.
I'm saying that.
That makes it Flounce's turn.
All right, so Glaive. That'll be a 21.
Okay. 21 hits, yeah.
For 11 points of damage.
Okay.
Second attack is a 15
Okay. 15 also hits.
for 6 points of damage. And bonus action, I am going to use my second wind to get some healing up in this house.
Nice.
Which is 10 points, but that's basically the a little bit more than the damage that I took from the claws the last time.
What was I just
So.
looking up? I was pulling up their sheet for something. I can't remember now. I guess I'll have it up if I need it again. Okay. So that makes it the tiger's turn. This one that's right by you, Canthan, is going to continue to try to just claw at you. Gets a 10 to hit. The one that is now newly afraid is looks like it is circling around, and it looks like it's maybe trying to get around to where it might be in position to attack some of the others that are hanging back, but it doesn't on this turn. Actually, you know what? I think, yeah, no, never mind, because it can't get any closer, but I think it does get down to around there.
Okay.
All right, and then this one, where can it? I think. Wait, is that right? Okay, yeah. So Flounce, guess what?
What?
Two
This
kitties.
one is going to come and try. Actually, oh, that's what I was looking up. Wanted to see. Yeah. Okay. It is also going to try to pounce attack you.
Okay. Can I try and do an opportunity attack when it gets in range, or do we?
Well,
need
do
a
you
polearm
do you
master for
have the?
that?
I think the polearm
That's the
master
sentinel
feat.
feat, actually.
No, I think
Okay.
polearm master feat is the one that gives you opportunity.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
When they enter your range.
Yeah. No. Okay. In that case, yeah. All right, so I got 2.
Wait, so you do have that feat or no?
I do not have that feat.
Okay, all right. So it is making a claw attack as it pounces at you. 15 to hit.
Does not hit.
Okay, so fortunately you are able to hop out of the way. It's not able to knock you to the ground the way it was hoping. But the other one is right there. It's also going to try to claw at you. Only gets a 13 to hit.
Nope.
You are evading their attacks so far. I already had, yeah, so that's all of them so far because the one is just circling around. Okay. It is Youngsoon attacking again for spear with another 8 to hit. That they're having some bad luck. All right. That makes it your turn again, Xenophon.
Okay. Do you want healing, Axel?
Yes, please.
All right. All right. So then Xenophon's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, move to here and cast Cure Light Wounds on Axel. I'm going to actually make it 2nd level.
Okay.
Thank you.
Slot. You get 13 hit points back.
There we go.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I've only got 1 bardic inspiration left.
Mm-hmm. Are you
I should-
using it now or?
No, I'm not going to use it
Okay.
now. I think I need a critical moment. Okay.
All
We
right.
should have taken a short rest, but that's the end of my turn.
Yeah. Dianok, your turn.
Chuck,
Okay.
run.
I'm going to point my wand at this tiger, the one that's circling,
Mm-hmm.
and try and cast sleep on it.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see. Go ahead and roll the dice for that.
Okay, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 33. Is that enough? 33 hit points.
It's almost enough.
Oh!
Almost enough. But I'm afraid, even though you see it sort of, its eyes start to droop a little bit, and it kind of shakes but it shakes its head awake and growls at you.
And Dianok just stands ready.
Dianok!
Diana.
Okay, it's trying to clever girl you right now.
Oh, Diana.
But yeah, so up to you. Are you're standing right there?
Get over
I'm
here!
standing firm.
You idiot!
Okay. All right. So that was Dinok's turn. Exel, you're up.
Don't worry, guys. I got him. Eldritch Blast, but this time I'm going to split it. I'm going to hit the one I'd already hit
Mm-hmm.
before that's fighting Flounce, and I'm going to hit the one that's trying to clever girl my wizardy friend.
Okay.
Nope.
So first attack is the one up by Flounce.
Yep.
All right.
Here we go. 11.
11 just.
Don't worry, he
just
says.
shy.
I got it, he says.
Well, there's still a chance for the other one, but you missed the first one.
Right. That is a 23.
That'll
Okay.
hit. Yeah.
Alrighty. There we go.
And it gets a 12 for its wisdom save, which I think does fail, though, right? So it is.
Yes, it is
Okay.
afraid and takes 3 points of damage.
Okay. Well, that means that it is still unable to get any closer to you, Exel. So.
Right. That's why I try to, the way this works,
Yeah.
guys, is when I make them afraid, I try to keep them in my radius, right? Because if
Yeah.
they see me, they can't come near me.
Yeah.
Right. No, that's fine.
It's a good strategy. It's really just, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, anything else from you, Exel?
Nope, I'm just going to anchor this spot.
All right.
Dianok, get over here.
Kantan's turn.
All right. I'm going to keep on working on this tiger.
Mm-hmm.
Got a 22 for
Yeah.
8 points of damage.
Nice.
Got a 17, which I think also hits
Sure
for
does.
13 damage.
There you go. That's a good one.
And then the bonus action with the butt Only an 11.
11 misses, unfortunately.
Okay, but
this one's
wait,
looking.
21 points of damage with the rest of it.
That's pretty
Yeah.
good. And
Yeah.
this one's looking pretty hurt now.
Yeah.
All right. Well done, Flounce. Got 2 of them on you now.
Okay, right.
Oh, you know.
I'm gonna keep
Yeah.
whacking. I'm gonna go keep whacking at this one that I've been whacking at, not the one,
The newcomer.
not the newcomer.
I just realized that the tiger that with the red dot here should have had disadvantage when it did its last attack, but it missed anyway. So
Yeah.
just
Yeah, it's fine.
mhm.
So let me hit the one that I've been hitting with the glyph. And let's see. Nope, that was a 7.
Okay. Yeah, 7 is gonna miss.
Next one is a 19.
19 hits.
Oh, and I just realized I keep forgetting my d6. You guys got to remind me about my extra d6.
Oh, of damage.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
my
so big.
extra damage. So
or
that's
you
a
could
total of 14.
know your own character.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
14.
that's a total of 14 to
One on the right.
hungry tiger over
All
there.
right. That one's starting to look pretty hurt too. All right. That makes it the tiger's turn. This one is continuing to kind of circle. It's definitely trying to figure out a way to avoid getting any closer to Exel while still attacking someone. There's no one else kind of in the immediate vicinity, so it's still trying to do all that. But in the meantime here, this one is attacking Canthan again. 11 to hit.
Nope.
Yeah, Flounce, you got these 2 up here both going after you. 13 to hit.
Nope.
The other one got a 10 to hit. They got some low rolls that round, so
Yep.
no
They
hits
are
from them this time.
surprised that this prey animal is just as big as they are. And my teeth are also just as big.
This is like Sylvester encountering the kangaroo.
All right.
It's like
All right. So after a couple of embarrassing misses, Jungsoon finally manages to land a critical hit
hey!
There we go.
Yay!
and kills it.
Yay!
Nice. Well done.
Well
Yeah.
done.
I think I'm gonna make sure that's not. Yeah.
Just mark it dead. Just
Um,
mark it dead.
yeah. So so that one, as it dies though, like the strange women did with the wings and claws and so on before, it does dissipate into mist, with leaving no body behind. And then Jungsoon is just like, I did it. Also, I should have said previously that she had a spear, not a sword, because that's what the token has. But whatever.
Yeah.
All right.
That's fine. That's fine.
All right. So that makes it your turn again, Xenophon.
Alrighty then. I'm gonna try something different because there are 2 tigers over there by my friend Flounce. So I am going to try a thunderclap at this spot here, which will get both of them since they're both within 5 feet of each other. So they need to make Constitution saving throws.
Thunderclap, is that not one that you have to? Doesn't it come from you? Am I wrong? What?
I can burst. No, that's Thunder Wave. Thunderclap.
Oh, okay.
A burst up to 100 feet away.
All right.
So, yeah.
What saving throw is it?
Constitution.
All right. 13 and hang on. I wasn't able to just click it again because I had to pull up the little thing again. First one got a 13. The second one got a 14.
Okay, they both failed.
All right.
So they both take 11 thunder damage.
Nice.
Okay.
Boom.
I would like to point out that thunderclap is it can be heard 100 feet away.
Oh,
but
you're right.
Creatures within 5 feet.
You're
Okay.
absolutely right.
Yeah.
I misread the spell. Thank you. Crap. Okay, so
Well,
that kills
that's what
that
I was
idea.
thinking, but I couldn't remember
I-
for sure. That's all right.
Okay.
So,
All right. So
I'll let
rewind
you.
that entire thing. I'm just going to go back to All right. So I'm going to vicious mockery this one.
All right.
Wisdom saving throw, and I can't think of a couple right now because I'm upset I misread the spell.
Oh, no worries.
Oh,
Don't worry. Don't worry about it. It gets an 11
It's
on
all
a
good.
save.
All right. So it's disadvantage on its next attack and takes 4 psychic damage.
All right.
So that's I'm going to remain put. So that's the end of my turn.
All right. Dinok.
Okay. Dianok is going to take out their sword. 2, 3. And go stabby stab at this tiger.
Okay.
All right.
Natural 20.
All right. There you go.
Hey.
Wow. Didn't realize the wizard had it in.
This is not the first time you've seen Dianok use a sword.
No, but a natural 20 is a
Yeah.
reckless new.
So
So
damage.
that is 9 damage.
All right. It had more hit points than that, but
Yeah.
So,
Hey,
but you definitely you stabbed it good.
Yep. Yeah, and
All right.
I'm gonna just stay right there.
Okay. Okay. Axel, your turn.
Alrighty. Yeah, we're gonna go back to that strategy. We're going to split my Eldritch Blast between the one on Flounce and the one on Dianok, who has now decided he is a fighter, and I am worried.
I'm worried.
Here we go. 21
Okay. Which one?
for the one on Dianok.
Okay. That hits.
And damage is 2 points, and I move him back 10 feet.
Okay.
And for the one on Flounce, 17.
Okay. 17 hits.
There we go. Okay. There we go. 10 points of damage, and I move it back 10 feet.
Okay.
And 1 wisdom save for each of them.
Yeah. The first one fails, so it's still frightened.
Ooh.
All right. The second one also failed.
There we go. So now I have gotten some distance between my friends and the enemy.
You're being thwarted, David, in your attempts to have Dianok take some damage, because that seems I can think of.
You seem to forget. I have Dianok has some abilities to soak damage
Yeah, I need to
or avoid it completely.
note to self. Exo needs to ask Dianok how he actually lost those fingers.
All right. Just as a reminder, Dianok uses they them pronouns.
They them, yes.
Yeah.
They
So
them.
just a reminder. Okay. Let's see. That was Axel's turn. So Canthan.
Okay, I'm going to move 30 feet to here
Mm-hmm.
and take a whack at the cringer.
All right.
Are you the master of the universe then, can't they?
No, not even close.
Well, roll and see.
Oh my
Yeah.
God! I don't know how. I don't know how
15
this
hits.
would work.
15 to hit.
Yeah.
Is that
Mhm.
I
okay?
don't know.
8 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
I
Another
definitely
15 for 7 points of damage.
You destroy that one, and it
I
disappears.
think you
into
are
mist.
master of the universe right now.
Okay, and yeah, I don't have any bonus actions I want to take, so that's my turn.
You were saying Axel?
I mean, if these were actual tigers, seeing as they burst into the mist earlier, do you think in the middle of a fight with enough animal handling and persuasion checks, you could tame a monster cat you were fighting, thus you could become master of the universe?
Yeah, I think so. As a GM, I would allow it if you got the rolls. It'd be high
Although
rolls,
I
so.
think we have to remember that Cringer was Prince Adam's friend before he became
Yeah.
Battle Cat.
That
He
is
started
true. That
in
is true.
the tamer friendly configuration.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Just something to think about.
Yeah. All right. That was Canthan's turn. Flounce.
All right. Thank you, Halberd Buddy.
Halberd buddy.
Halberd
Yeah.
Buddy.
Halberd high five, clang.
I pushed it.
Yeah, you made it. That made me have to run after it.
22
All right,
hits.
So 22 to hit
Yeah.
for 6 damage. Let me add my d6 to that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a total of 9 damage
Yep.
for that one hit.
Mm-hmm.
And let's try and see if I can do it again. I got a 10, so no.
Yeah, 10 misses.
Yep. But it's pretty much on its last legs.
Mm-hmm. All right. If that is your turn, it is going to go ahead and claw at you.
Uh-huh.
Gets a 21 to hit
That'll hit.
for 16 slashing damage.
Ow.
Ow.
Yeah.
Honey up.
Do you need a cleric?
I need some healing whenever
Okay.
we get a chance.
Okay, I'm on it.
All right.
Uh, yeah.
The other one, let's see. It's
The
what?
other one's still afraid, isn't it?
It is. I know. I'm just. I didn't say what it was trying to do yet. I'm just trying to establish what it's doing. It is circling, but it is circling kind of back the other way now. Yeah. It can be.
Okay.
Yeah. Like that. All right. You know what? In fact, I think it is actually going to use its dash action. Can it be here? No, it can't be that close. Just trying to see if it had someone it could attack, it was gonna, but yeah. I think it gets up to here. Yeah. All right. That is the tiger's turn. I think Young-soon knows better than to chase after the one that's specifically holding back, but is going to basically hold the ground there and ready an attack to attack it if it comes back, like if it charges again. That makes it your turn again, Xenophon.
Okay, so I'm going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 here and cast Cure Light Wounds at second level on Flounce.
Yay, thank you.
Take 16 hit points back.
Oh, that's the damage that I just took.
Mhm.
Wait a minute. Nope. That wasn't it. I was at 29 plus 14. That should not be. Okay.
Hmm?
It should be 46. For some reason, my hit points went too high.
Okay.
So that's the end of my turn.
All right. Okay, so Dianok.
Well, given that I can't mess with that tiger anymore, gonna throw fire at the one on menacing Flounce.
Okay. Go ahead and roll.
That is 24.
24 hits.
For 13.
And you finish that one off.
Oh, nice.
Yay.
It immolates into mist.
Mm-hmm. All right. Axel.
I'm gonna walk forward to the one that I hit that's circling around.
Okay.
Let's see. How far away is he?
Right now it's about 45 feet away, I think.
Okay, so that's 30 feet. So I will move 30 feet
Mm-hmm.
to here. And I will, you know what? I will try to scare it away. I will tell it. I will try to intimidate it. I will say, go back to your master.
All right. So go ahead and make an intimidation check, I guess, then, with advantage because it is currently afraid of you.
That is a 24.
That's pretty good.
Then we'll just try
Go back to the shadow.
And I'm sure the other one can't be better. Yeah, it's not.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's a 24.
Okay. We'll see what it does on its turn. Can't then.
Um, I am going to. Huh. Yeah.
Also,
Is there-
isn't that doesn't the fear effect wear off after the turn?
Well, yes, except that he also just intimidated it with a really good score. So, like, don't worry about that.
Okay.
Yeah. I am going to just kind of go up there and ready an attack if it.
All right.
Um, I mean, I'm already going to get that. So
Yeah.
yeah. I'll just stand there and look pretty.
Okay. All right. Flounce. Flounce.
Far. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
All right. I can't get up to him and still have a thing.
Mhm.
Um. Let's see. How far to 30? All right. I will come and back up my Halbridge buddy.
All right.
You guys practically out of phalanx.
Mm-hmm. All right. That makes it the tiger's turn, and the tiger was already going to run away, and it does. You see it running back in the direction of the forest. You do see it heading, like, it doesn't seem to be running kind of randomly. It seems to turn and go in a specific direction, and it disappears into the mist. And Young Soon is just saying, like, thank goodness you were here. I mean, that was terrifying. Is this what's been happening?
Yes.
Yes.
Wait,
Yeah.
Outsiders can remember it. Locals can't. Try and concentrate and hold on to what you're remembering right now.
She standing there just with a kind of a stricken expression, like, okay, I'm concentrating.
Oh wait, what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take out a piece of paper. Actually, I don't even have any. I might not have any to actually write this down.
Okay. Well,
Dianoc, do you have
something?
something? Dianoc, write down what happened.
while you are doing that, the mist is starting to fade.
Oh, crap.
And they stand there looking at, like, had a concentration expression on their face, and then when you started talking about paper, they glanced over to you, and now the mist is fading, and then they kind of frown and just look around and just saying, how do we get over here? Wait, so I guess I was showing you, like, this. Sometimes this is where we think that they might be coming from.
And an attack did happen.
What?
However, you noticed your guards are gone. They ran away when the attack occurred.
Well, that's typical.
But the mists seem to have a property that affects people here that they can't remember the attacks. We're outsiders, we can remember, but we were just talking 30 seconds ago about the attack, and you were asking, is this what's happening every time? And now that the mists are gone, you've forgotten.
Nah, that doesn't sound right.
It's the truth.
Okay.
This is the second attack we've faced today. First was gargoyles, now tigers.
Tigers? Okay.
Tigers. Ghostly tigers, about 12 feet tall. 12
That
feet
sounds
long,
scary.
I should say. Yes, they were scary, as a matter of fact. Is anybody injured? Is anybody injured I didn't heal?
Oh well, I'm
Actually-
not in great shape, but
If we can take
Let's take
Show
a
your injuries that you didn't have before.
Oh, yes. So, as you can tell, Exel here and Flounce we're both injured.
I mean, look, I know that you're here to look into the weird stuff that's happening. I guess I don't have a better explanation, but you're telling me stuff. You're saying that I did stuff just a moment ago. I have. It sounds made up to me. I'm not saying that you're making it up. I'm saying that I cannot confirm anything you're saying because I don't remember any of
Yeah,
that.
let's not make this person's life any more difficult than it already is.
Oh,
Um,
I think
but I think let's take a rest and have a little conversation.
yes, I was going to say I think we should take a rest at the tea shop. At the tea shop.
Can
Is
I
there
make
anything
a
else we
note
can learn here before we leave?
of what direction
Well,
the tiger left?
I would like to talk about that. Let's talk about that on the way because I don't think we need to worry this man about our investigation.
Deductions. Yes.
Okay, well,
This person.
all right. So I mean, I guess if you're working on it, if you don't need me, I'll make sure
Yeah.
try to get everyone back to work. I mean, is it safe? Like, can we get back to work? Is that all right?
Yes.
If you
yes,
see
for now.
if you see mist rolling in, draw your weapons.
Missed. Okay.
Missed.
Okay. All right. Missed. All right. I'll tell him. Okay. So yeah, you're there, kind of. Are you you're leaving? You're going somewhere else, or you're?
Yeah, we're headed back to the
I mean,
back inside the walls.
you're not checking anything else out here. You're just heading right back. Okay.
Well, okay,
Oh.
yes, actually, I did want to check out something here. I wanted to see whether there's any chance that their work was disturbing something old, like old graves or monuments or
Buildings, anything like that.
buildings, ruins, foundations.
I mean, they're clearing a forest, as you
Mhm.
said, but
Yep.
is there anything in that forest that they've uncovered in their tree cutting?
Well, perhaps someone should make a perception check.
Okay,
Perhaps. Perhaps someone with good perception.
25.
There you go.
That might be good enough.
You happen to glance around at the forest tree line, and in particular, in approximately the direction you saw that last tiger fleeing in, you do see the beginnings of what looks like it might be an old, overgrown path.
Well then,
Okay, well, let's go down that path and see where it leads.
do we want to take a rest first?
Yes, let's do that.
I can help speed the short rest for 3 of us.
Yeah, nothing that I have that recharges on a short rest is discharged, so I do not need one.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd get back my bardic inspirations. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
I will go ahead and so I will have Xenophon, Exel, and Flounce kind of sit in a somewhat comfortable position, and then I will tap each of you above the eye, center of the forehead, and you will fall into a magical sleep and cast Catnap.
Okay.
That's a neat spell when it feels situationally useful. Basically, you get the full benefits of a short rest in only 10 minutes.
Yep. And so long as the sleep is undisturbed, it works.
Yep. Well, it is undisturbed.
Yay. And I am back up to full health. And I've got my second wind and stuff back.
mhm.
Yes.
I
And
appreciate
having played a fighter before, I know what they get back from short rest.
oh
it.
oh, since you're catnapping me, I can't do my bardic thing to give you extra hit points by doing a performance. So
Don't
Well,
worry
don't
about
worry
it.
about it. I've got hit dice to spend.
okay,
It'll be fine.
okay.
Oh crap! Let me see.
Right,
All right. So is everybody set?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So
Since they were like the 3 of them sitting like back to back, I imagined that as they fell asleep, they all like went to the left and wound up with their heads in each other's laps.
Oh yeah.
Circle.
Yeah. Except for Flounce who missed.
Well, Deanoch would have helped place Flounce in a more comfortable position. You don't want to crick him the neck.
No. So in any case, as mentioned at the tree line, there is a couple of worn, muddy stones that look like they indicated a path that has not seen regular use anytime recently. It's extremely overgrown, and if not for the stones, you might not have seen it at all.
So,
Well, I guess this is something we should follow.
yes.
Can I make a survival check to see if those tigers left any tracks?
Sure.
Let's see here. There we go. That is a 9.
All right. They were made of mist. They didn't leave any tracks.
Darn.
No, I mean it's reasonable. They clearly seemed solid enough when they were fighting you, but you didn't find anything with a 9. That's for sure. All right. So you follow the path then? Yes.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So
Good job.
as you are making your way across this path, like I said, you're having to sort of like press your way through and occasionally cut through some brush that has grown over it. But you are able to follow it about 400 feet into the forest, where it ends at a rocky pedestal bearing a slab of marble covered in moss and a simple stone lantern. A faint blue flame glows within the lantern.
Mm.
Hmm.
It seems like a possibly grave site or a shrine.
Huh.
Oops, I put you on the wrong map. Hold on.
All right. Is there any words or anything? I'll go. I'll make a circuit of this thing and see if there's like any.
It's got moss growing over the marble
All right.
slab.
Let's clear the moss. I think that's a
Yeah.
respectful thing to do.
Yeah.
Gonna
Yeah.
And
try
I
and
would-
do prestidigitation to clean it off.
Okay.
If that'll...
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it does.
Get a wizard to do it.
Yep. The moss is magically nudged aside, and you reveal an inscription that says, "De Wan Ha, warrior for the people," in both Common and Halri, which is the local language here. We didn't discuss it, but they have their own sort of the language of Halri, but they also all speak Common. So, but the inscription is in both languages.
Day one Ha warrior for the people.
Yes,
So
and
it's- so
those
this is
with
a-
proficiency in history can try to make a check for that as well.
All right, let's give that a shot. 19.
There you go.
Nice.
that is 10.
Okay, so Xenophon, the name I think actually, now that you have been reminded of it, oh, never mind. Yeah, you look at that name and you vaguely recall that like that was the name of an obscure magistrate from Unito's past. Like, but part of what's a little bit strange is that like magistrates are considered important, but they don't usually have shrines, right?
This is
Like,
a, this
unless
is,
they,
this is
Yeah.
an ancestral shrine rather than a grave.
yeah, and it seems like it's unusual that a magistrate would sort of merit a shrine, unless they did something really unusual or important. But if that's the case, why are they
Why is
so
that?
obscure?
Why is that here in the woods?
Yeah, so
So-
you know, it's like you vaguely recall hearing that name. It's from the past, like decades ago. But yeah, so it's a little surprising.
Yeah, I'm sorry I don't know more. That's all I know, guys.
So one of the
Warriors
things
of
that happens
people.
though is that I'll say as you're explaining that, at one point when you say the name out loud, the faint blue flame in the lantern flares a little bit.
All right. Well, that's interesting. I wonder if we can. I don't have speak with dead or anything like that, but maybe we can actually talk to the spirit, perhaps. Um,
Well, also we might want to come here after dark.
we might want to come here after dark. The spirit might actually appear for us.
One thing
So-
to make clear, just in case it wasn't from my previous description, the lantern is like a separate piece. It's not like built in or something like that. It's just
It's
a lantern is just sitting on top.
So, oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Is it? Are
Um,
you? Did you say it was a stone lantern or?
I
just a
did,
lantern?
although it like some of the other descriptions for it, it seems like it could be carried.
Yeah, well, when you said stone lantern, I was thinking of like snow lanterns. in
Yeah, no,
Japanese
well,
gardens.
and certainly I think that in some of the we've seen stone lanterns that are like these like pedestals that would weigh like 300
Yeah,
pounds
that's what
and
I was
stuff.
thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I wanted to clarify that this is something that could be carried around.
Huh.
Hmm.
And how long does it look like it's been here? I mean, is it like part of the shrine? And
Well, so like that path looks like nobody has been on it for years at least. It
no,
was
right?
that overgrown.
Okay. So
So I would say that you could do maybe an investigation check to try to be a little bit more clear, but it's clear you would say years at least is the short answer to know whether it's like is it 3 years or is it 30 years. That would be another check.
no, but nobody is expecting this lantern to be.
Right.
Nobody's. It's not. Taking it might not be.
Well, so
Um,
what I'm saying is all I'm saying is it looks like it has been there for a long time, but it is something that someone set on top of the slab. It's not built into it, is what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Yeah, that's what I was originally thinking. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah,
clarified
like-
because it wasn't obvious otherwise.
Yeah.
Dianoc would
Oh.
like to approach it and say, and then ask, maybe bring this lantern with us, Daewon Ha.
When you say the name, the light flares again.
yeah.
Didn't
So
say
we have
no.
like we have like 3 places now we want to be after dark. I don't suggest splitting the party.
No,
Yeah.
I think what we might want to do is take the lantern with us to the Hayti district. I don't think that the tea house would be a better place than the Garden of the Elders.
I think the Garden of the Elders is where we want to be.
Yeah, and I'm particularly interested in finding out how the lantern reacts to being near that monument.
Oh yes.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I think we should do that.
That mist came from a general southeast direction.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When the mist that we saw when we arrived in the city, did it seem to come from a particular direction?
Well, you were
Came from
not
within
in
the
the
city.
city yet. You were coming from out, and it came from inside the city, but you didn't
Oh.
get a sense of the direction
Okay.
more than that.
Okay. I as a player have a theory, but it's
You and I are probably thinking the same thing. Yeah. Let's go to the Hayti district.
All right.
okay.
Um,
Are we gonna carry the lantern just out visible, or
I don't think that's a problem.
I don't
okay.
think anyone's going to molest us about it.
Yeah, it's somebody else's problem.
Okay. So I would say it's still relatively early afternoon at this point. It's like maybe 2:30 or something like that.
Oh, so we have a few hours before dusk at least.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to go back to the tea shop, we can do that now.
Well,
I'm not sure what good it will do, but if you've got something you want to accomplish
was-
there,
Yeah, it was Axel's idea to go to the tea shop.
My
Axel?
my thought was, if they've been having issues of a spiritual nature, and they are known to have those when things are not being remembered as well, and we have a new construction area being set up.
Mm-hmm.
This could be sort of legacy versus future thing.
Yeah,
So
this
to
is
speak.
what I'm seeing is disturbances where the past and the future are coming into conflict.
And the place that we know of that has a legacy here is the tea shop.
Well, I mean, they all have legacies. There's this shrine here where the construction is encroaching. There's the Garden of the Elders, which is a place for remembering the past, where they put up a brand new monument that's perhaps a little iconoclastic, perhaps a little, or something like that. And but what we don't know is how the new and old might be interacting at the tea shop.
Right.
So
And
so so it might do well to investigate there for that. But I don't think it's actually going to tell us much if we find out. But we don't have anything else to do. So
well, I'm thinking that if we ask the right questions, we may learn something about the legacy of the tea shop, and maybe knowing that event or item or whatever it could be may be a key to exercising the problem. If these are angry spirits about how they're remembered, if we find out how they want to be remembered or how they're being disrespected, then we might be able to pass on, let this spirit pass on. Because if we can't,
well, I mean, we don't even know that the
Uh,
spirit passing on is anything relevant. But
there,
um,
as a, uh, we were told of a group of people who specifically talk about or work on putting spirits like this to rest, right?
Hmm.
Where
Yes.
would they be located? Because
Well, I mean, their organizational structure, like where they get sent out and everything, would be based on in the Seat of Dragons. You know, the
okay,
palace.
so I mean, if it is that type of issue, perhaps we
The,
should go there to
the, the spirit try and talk to the spirit arbiters.
spirit arbiters,
Hmm.
and because they would know what they would know the type of rituals.
yes. And unlike the situation with the owl son, where we had to spare his life, these potentially are already undead things,
Hmm.
or dead things.
Yeah. I mean, what you learned about the Guishin, the culture here, and what the spirit arbiters do is there's always an attempt to try to appease them peacefully, if possible. It's not always possible.
Yeah.
Right. Then yes, knowing their problem and fixing how they're remembered may solve
Hmm.
this without a conflict.
Yeah. It's also worth noting, though, that things like mist that envelops the whole city that makes everybody forget is kind of an order of magnitude beyond what these things are usually capable of.
Yeah.
Or you
Well,
expect, yeah.
knowing what the normal procedures at
Hmm.
least gives us a base on how
Yeah, I'm
to.
just saying for context. I'm not saying they
Yeah.
wouldn't be able to help.
Yeah,
I'm just, yeah. So what's the plan?
I think spirit arbiters would be the best,
yeah,
especially if it might take some time.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Let's go to the Sea of Dragons.
All right. So I think you are immediately greeted by some guards who ask you what your business is here.
Greetings. We'd like to speak to the organization known as the Spirit Arbiters regarding supernatural issues in Yandu. We are representatives of the Shield Bearers.
Okay.
Uh,
What?
we
What
were
would?
invited here by Kunan Jun.
The two of them look at each other and say, "Oh, okay. Well, how about we put you in touch with him and he can arrange whatever he feels is appropriate."
Thank you.
Reasonable.
As soon as you say that, though, you get an impression from them that they're like, "Oh, him."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, so I think they ask you to wait, but before too long, Kun Anjun comes back out and just says, "So, what have you found out? Any luck so far?"
Um, we've found out that the places that you've um, pointed us towards
Hmm.
are places where, well, two of them at least, are places where the past and the present are coming into conflict. The Haiti district has this brand new monument that is a bit more braggy than previous ones have been.
Uh,
Um,
he kind of looks around when you say that. Says he kind of gives you a gesture of like you don't have to
you're
keep
right,
saying
but
that
don't
out
say that.
loud, but yeah.
a unique new monument that doesn't follow the traditions quite as well as the rest of them do.
Hmm.
And in the construction area, there was a shrine that was being encroached upon. And in fact, we've brought back this lantern that we found there that seems to respond to people talking about the person who was uh, honored by this shrine. And we tell them the name, which I can't remember, but Kanthan absolutely can.
Daewon Ha.
A1
Ha.
Okay.
Does that
Uh,
name ring any bells for you? Do you know who that might have
so
been?
the lantern flares again when you do that, and he
Yeah.
says, "Oh, well, that's significant. I mean, I certainly know the name. They were a magistrate some decades ago. I mean, I've not.
Do you
I
know
mean,
why they
I
had a shrine?
In the
Magistrates
forest.
don't normally have
it's
shrines.
it's news to me. However, I certainly have access to the archives here. I could do some research. It would take me a few hours, but I could try to find out what there is to know about.
I think it would be valuable.
Is
Uh,
Yes.
that something I could
Certainly.
help assist with?
Uh, so uh, I
Or
think
is
the
it?
no. Well, so yes, but no, thank you.
Oh,
Only in the sense that while I'm sure you could help, it would be awkward to a point where it might be counterproductive in that way.
understand.
So I appreciate the offer, but yeah, besides, I know the stacks. I know where everything is. I know just where to look, but it will just take some time to try to shrine. You
Oh,
say?
yes, and
Huh.
it mentioned him as a warrior for the people.
Well, Daewon Ha, is that what you said? That sounds like a woman's name to me. Not that I would expect you to know. Just saying.
Yes,
Um,
they went off.
Daewon Ha, the one that I know of was a woman. Hmm. Yeah, oh, well, I'll look. Like I said, I certainly, other than just kind of having seen the name crop up here and there, like having heard it before, but I will look. I will do some research. I can, if you, well, let's see. I think by the end of the workday, which would be about 6 here, I think I'll have some answers for you. So, I mean, if you come back sooner, of course, I can interrupt. But I think if you come back around, then I will probably have some more answers for you.
And does he seem to be unusually like nervous or anything about this?
You can make an insight check.
Insight. That is a 13.
Okay. You get the impression that they don't seem especially nervous, other than just that this is kind of like when you met them to begin with. They have been a little bit afraid of what's happening and not sure what to do because nobody else
Okay.
takes them seriously looking into it because they don't remember anything that's happening. And so
Okay.
I think they're mostly just feeling already a little bit like everyone around here already kind of thinks I'm the crazy one, so I'm trying to not make any more waves than I have to.
Okay.
Mhm.
So entirely reasonable.
Yeah. But yeah, you don't sense that they're hiding anything from you.
Well, um, we'll check in with you then
So the gods asked
later on.
me that you told me that you had asked to see the spirit arbiters.
Right, that was
Oh,
our
yes.
original. That was our
Well,
original idea to come here.
I mean, we could potentially speak with one of them if you had questions about Guixin. That's pretty much what they're focused on. Do you think that that's what we're dealing with?
Yes,
It's conceivable. We've come across a couple of things that kind of point in the direction of spirits.
Spirits and
Hmm.
something in the class, if not precisely Gushin. We don't know
Yeah.
enough about your
It would
world to
surprise me
tell.
just because, as far as I know, obviously I may find differently once I've done the research, but as far as I know, the individual that we've spoken of doesn't have any, like, living family in the city now.
Well,
And usually they would, usually the families of individuals are who the Guishin, troubles. Because it,
well, I mean, the shrine. You tell us that the name is a woman's name,
mhm.
and one of the we managed to, when we interviewed the people who were attacked near the tea shop, described seeing someone nearby that didn't look right, and in retrospect might have been a spirit who strongly resembled the women who attacked us back in the herring district.
Oh, I mean, well,
So the let's not push aside the Grishin idea too quickly,
well, no,
because
you may be onto something there. Although
and
I don't know why she would be there. But so Guishin typically would trouble or haunt or interfere in. So they would typically occur because their family is not respecting their memory in the way they would want and that sort of thing. And so generally speaking, it is to the living family who are doing the disrespect that they would be focused on. And so typically a Guishin will appear in those areas where it is the focal point of what they are concerned with, right? So I don't know why she would be near the tea shop, but perhaps that's a line of inquiry
yeah,
worth
well, why don't
pursuing.
we'll go there and ask if they know this name.
uh, could the uh, title on the shrine, Warrior for the People, uh, perhaps mean that since there are no living blood relatives,
Hmm,
that uh,
She's taken
it
all of the
has,
city as her family.
that is an interesting theory.
It
Uh,
just occurred to me as Dianok was saying it, it kind of like popped in my brain.
well,
Yeah,
so I have not heard of such a thing happening, but obviously we are in unprecedented territory. So I will look into the archives here and see and find out what I can. But it does sound like the tea shop might be a useful route of inquiry.
yeah, let's go there. Let's not take any more of this person's time.
All right. Well, I appreciate everything you're doing. Thank you.
We'll be in contact.
All right. All right.
And yeah, we'll head over to the tea shop,
Okay.
and hopefully it's not quite as busy.
Right. Yeah. It is. It is kind of mid-afternoon, so you get the people now who are sort of nursing their tea and enjoying the ambiance more than having like a specific.
Mhm,
Um,
mhm.
but
The
yeah,
the
so it's
people who don't have something better to do.
right. Yeah. Exactly. So yeah, there's it's a bit less crowded there, and you see that the behind the counter is the same person that you spoke
Before
with
we
before.
actually
Oh,
walk in,
okay.
Dianok, you don't generally have a use for your offhand in a fight. I mean, you're not.
not generally, no.
Okay, why don't you carry the lantern then?
Okay, I will do so.
So
And
oh, go ahead.
also, one of the things what I like to do is like, uh, may while they're talking, look to see if the name, if Day One Call is named on uh, any of the teacups.
Okay.
Hmm.
That's
So
it. That's it. Yeah.
yeah. So what? So that'll take a little while to look
Yeah.
through. Is everyone else just going right in, or are you going to wait
Yeah,
to
you know
look through
what?
those first?
I think I think that as far as talking to the proprietor is concerned, it should be somebody with a better charisma than me. So I will help with the search for Dewon Rosner.
Okay. So we'll have you make that roll in just a moment, but unless everyone else is waiting for that search to complete first, what's happening next? The other thing I was going to say when you entered is that there is the original person that I mentioned behind the counter, but then there is also an older man who seems to be puttering around back in the tea preparation area.
Might be a better person to ask.
You see a family resemblance.
Yeah, yeah, we should go over to that person. Don't you agree, Axel?
Well, that person's kind of behind the counter and like.
Oh, they're behind. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
yeah.
not
Yes.
that you couldn't
So-
approach them. I'm just saying that it's like, there's the person who's behind the counter facing everyone and prepared to greet customers, and then there's the person who's kind of rummaging around in the back.
Right. I would say, yeah, we should go talk to that person. Probably the one not dealing with the customers.
So I think as soon as you enter, Bi Chin Hei, who is the person who you spoke to before, sees you again, and there's a little bit of like a welcome
Right.
back.
um, yes, we've talked to the individuals from this situation outside of your establishment.
And thank you for introducing us to them and where they could be found.
Of course, of course.
Though we have a few other questions that I think we should take elsewhere.
All right. Certainly. My father can run the counter while I. If we step outside, if that's.
Yeah.
Out of earshot, yes.
Yeah.
So I think while let's go ahead and have Canthan and Dianok then you can make an investigation check.
You roll with advantage. I'm just
Yeah.
helping you.
Okay.
My investigation is 0. So.
Well, that makes it a 26.
That's pretty good. So I think you've been looking around, and there are a lot of there's a lot of names to go through, but then you do eventually you almost look past this particular one because it's not just one teacup; it's a set of two that are very clearly set together. But the two names there, one is the name that you've been looking for, Day One Ha, and then the other one is Yoongi. And it's obviously a set, like the two of them together. So I think the proprietor was just about to go outside with Xenophon and Axel. You
Yes.
noticed that.
Yep. I think Flounce or Flounce with
Well,
Flounce is standing in the pretty much in the most out of the way corner that she can without knocking this glaive into a wall of very fancy, very
Oh.
expensive teacups.
Fragile.
yeah.
I thought you were burning out a
He's
bowl.
pretty much
Replaceable.
she's pretty much frozen in this. That you know how rabbits get when they see something and they just kind of freeze.
Yeah. Just moving
Hey,
very
guys,
slowly
Jeffrey's
so that
back.
you don't
Yeah,
turn around
she's-
and have this thing whoosh, clear off the
Yeah,
whole
so
shelf.
she's pretty much just standing like a statue in the middle of the floor, trying not to be
Nice.
trying to have the dexterity of a bull in a china shop.
Here. It's clear that you have not been a polearm trained quite as extensively as I have. So I'm going to show you this master level trick for handling this situation.
Masterclass.
Do you
Okay.
mind? And I'll
No.
take the glaive from your hand. I'll walk over to the door and set the glaive down next to the door, next to my halberd, which is also set aside. That's
Mind
how you
blown.
avoid that situation.
and Faust just kind of hugs you around the waist.
Aw.
But with the new piece
Homebred
of information,
buddies.
Dianok will join Xenophon and Exel with the Predator.
Okay, so you're going. They were stepping outside, or you just
Yeah,
follow them outside. Okay.
yeah. So
All right. He leads you outside and just says, "So, I mean, I don't know what else I could offer as far as the attack. I told you what I know.
Well, we were told of someone, and X will describe the the face of the creatures that we got attacked by that reminded them of
Okay.
the, the things, and say that also a a woman was seen outside of the tea shop matching that description,
Just before the attack.
and so we wanted to know if you knew anyone who looked like her.
You um short answer no, but um you think that that woman is connected?
Insight check.
Um yeah, go ahead.
Eh, 8.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, you're not sure. What he goes on to just say is like I really don't know what what you could be referring to there. Um I just I mean they were attacked. There was across the street over there. I don't know what could have happened.
Well, actually, maybe your father would know. He's maybe this is someone closer to his age, maybe.
Uh, okay. Why? What is this about? What I think that this is you may have mistaken that we would somehow know more than
day one, huh?
uh, um. y- Yes, maybe perhaps talking to my father would be better. Here, uh, let me clear out some of the customers that we've got hanging around at the moment. I think this, if you'll follow me, come in. And
all
he
right.
goes back in and he very gently approaches each of the tables and speaks with them quietly. And you can kind of overhear the nearest one where he's just saying, I'm terribly sorry, but we do need to close the tea shop just for an hour or so to do some cleaning. You know, apologies for rousting you, but we will be open again soon, and so on. And so he's basically it's taking a few minutes, but he is politely asking everyone else to leave, and everyone seems very inclined to do that, which is somewhat in keeping with what you know of the culture here, which is to
Yep.
say, if something embarrassing might be about to happen, they certainly don't want to be around for that.
No,
So
they
Yeah.
want the
you
deal.
know,
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, so basically, no one makes a fuss about leaving. You know, some of them take their time, but they no one's angry or makes a scene about it. And uh, so when the father has not paid attention to any of that, and I think uh, uh, the guy you've been talking to, Chinhei,
Yep.
just kind of goes back to where the counter is and just says, "Father, these the this group here is looking into the attack on the nobles, and they asked about Day One Ha." And you hear like just he was like around behind some shelves or something, and you hear like a jar tumble to the ground and break. And
Mm.
he kind of turns around and looks at everyone, and then I think registers for the first time that there's no one else around, um, and he says, "I don't know anything about that."
I think you do.
Go
It would be
ahead.
it would be
I-
easier for the problems here if you would be honest and forthright with us.
All right.
Enoch is going to. All right.
Well, go ahead and
Uh,
make a persuasion check.
Okay, I'll try to see if I can persuade this.
And
Let's try it the easy way first, and then we'll go the hard way. I got a 24.
Okay, so I think he looks at you, and he looks at his son, who kind of nods, and he just says, I I've seen her, though dead she is, for 40 years or more now. I've seen her around the shop, but once also at the Park of the Elders, when I was walking home late. I didn't want to say I don't know why she is appearing here. Why do you ask about her? How do you come to know that name?
We found a shrine to her.
And when you do you like hold up the lantern or anything?
Yes.
So when you hold up the lantern, I think we'll say Flounce, as you've been kind of looking, maybe glancing up at the various teacups. Well, you know what? I think everyone's going to kind of see this. As you kind of hold up the lantern, the father kind of glances up to where that set is. And it's subtle, but with everyone looking at it and everything a little bit quiet because he's not saying anything right at the moment, you realize there seems like there is a very faint blue glow coming from the teacup also.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow.
And he gets out a step stool and hands it to his son, uh, who then proceeds to go up and very carefully bring down the set, which is this matched pair of teacups, which, as mentioned, has the names Daewon Ha and Young Gi. And the father says, Magistrate Daewon Ha was once a regular customer here, years ago, of course. I thought that I didn't know what we might have done to anger her spirit. I worried that it was something we must have done, but I couldn't know what it was. I didn't know. She had not seemed to do anything but just sort of occasionally I would see her in the shadows or across the street, and once at the park, as I said. She was quite a remarkable woman in her day. She's much forgotten now, though. She was overshadowed by the queen at the time, who also came in and at the same time performed a number of great works, and people kind of forgot about Daewon Ha. But I don't know what happened to her after that, but she withdrew from public life, and then just no one heard anything about her. But the other cup there, Yonggi, that is what I just realized now, as strangers you might not know, but that is of course the queen's uncle, the brother to Queen Young-su, who preceded her. And the two of them, Daewon Ha and Yonggi, had tea together here frequently. They were always here together. That's why it's a set. But yeah, it's clear too now that the teacup is brought down that especially uh, the lantern and the teacup almost seem to sort of reinforce each other's glow. Like each of them sort of glistens in the other's light.
Hmm.
Is
I'm not going to say anything right away, but methinks that tea companions was not the the limit of their relationship.
All of a sudden, both the proprietor and his father are immediately looking away, like,
Yeah.
young Gee still alive? Still
Uh,
with us?
he's still an advisor to the current queen, though he is less active in public these days. He he does have some estate gardens at the Seat of Dragons. Or rather, it's just outside his estate. But he's when he comes in, that's where he's coming from. He's retired, so to speak.
Axel kind of looks around at everyone and says, "This feels like it could get messy if the queen, the current queen, is involved."
Indeed.
So it seems like if that is all you need from us, if you need to bring this teacup with you on your investigation, please do so with our gratitude. Daewon Ha was a remarkable woman. I don't know what would give her cause, unless it is just that she is not remembered.
The shrine said a warrior for the people.
She was. Much of the good that is in Unido today came from her works.
Aha. Okay, that's starting to make sense now.
Mhm.
Yes, it is.
I, what I'm thinking out of character is that some of the deeds that were on the Queen's monument might not have been hers. Might not have been the
Oh,
Queen's.
appropriation of her legacy.
Yeah.
There's an idea. Yeah.
Mhm.
Out of characters.
Okay, so I was just So like if
That-
you're
that's
saying any of that,
that's not something to say in front of these people.
No,
Yeah,
no,
like,
we're
no,
not
no,
going
no.
to.
No.
it's like, all right,
If they-
okay. I think we've had a delightful conversation now that we didn't hear any of the last few sentences, of course. Um, so I think that I'm sure young Guy would have many more recollections. I served her tea, but I was not her tea companion.
No, I think we know. I think we have a couple lines to investigate now. And thank you for your honesty and forthrightness and helping us illuminate this matter.
Mm-hmm.
Says with a lantern next to him.
That's with the lantern and the teacup. Yes.
Yeah.
See, I'm good cop. You guys could be bad cop.
Okay, so I think we're maybe now more around the lines of like 4 p.m. something like that.
Mhm.
You do probably get the sense that uncle of the queen, current royal advisor, is probably not someone that's necessarily easy for strangers to just go say hi to, but you've also got a magistrate,
We have a magistrate straight contact to try
Mhm.
to arrange that,
Yeah.
and we are shield bearers, so that
Yeah.
might give us enough
Mhm.
juice.
So tell me what you do.
Do we go for go to contact the uncle, or
I think that's the
Perhaps.
next thing to try. We should at least try. We should at least try.
yeah, well,
I mean, it might get put
we're
off,
having
but
a conversation after we flush the tea shop.
Okay.
yes.
All right,
Yes.
come on, buddy. Sorry, my
Dog has opinions.
Ridiculous
well,
dog.
his opinion is that people shouldn't be making noise in the hallway. All right, so you head over um, to these
And
estates, the estate gardens.
well, like shortly, someplace where we're far enough away from the tea shop, and
Mm-hmm.
maybe someplace where we can have a discussion out, with few people around us.
Mm-hmm.
I, I wonder if maybe we should have a conversation with Young Yi and the lantern here by that monument.
Well, that might be difficult to arrange. Why don't we just see if we can have a conversation with Young Yi first?
Hi there, highly placed royal official. Would you mind coming with these strange armed men to a third location?
At night? Yeah,
Yeah.
it sounds a little fishy.
Wait, no,
Yeah.
I'm not dismissing the idea. I'm just saying I'm agreeing. You think that would probably be difficult to arrange.
Yeah. I figure, if we did it, it would be working through our magistrate contact.
And even then, I don't think the magistrate would be able to convince them to do it.
Okay,
But the conversation, it's doable.
maybe.
Maybe, we'll see.
All right.
Okay, so Cedar Dragons
Yeah.
then.
Yep. So it is actually an estate that's just outside there, but you head there, and sure enough, there are 4 guards at the gate to the place, who just look at you with the 2 of them are dragonborn and 2 of them are human, and they just kind of look at you with raised eyebrows. So I want to just briefly give the personal anecdote that I once visited London and had just the random tourist walking around of passing down the street where all of the ambassadors' houses were. And there was definitely at every single one of those houses 2 guys in sunglasses in front of each of them who didn't leave the door but did absolutely watch us carefully as we walked by.
Mm-hmm.
So
I had that happen in DC. Yes.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like, we're not telling you can't be on this street, but we're certainly paying attention. So don't try anything. So that's kind of the look you're getting is as you approach, they kind of are looking at you like, what, like, we're not going to rule out that you might have some legitimate reason to be here. So go ahead and say what it is, but we're skeptical already.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard, Bardic.
This is
to hurdle.
Xenophon. This is your.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, it is. All right. So yeah, so I'll step forward. Goods. There are the guards. Good guards. We are members of the Shield Bearers. We would like an audience with young Key, if that it could be possibly be arranged.
What would this meeting be in regards to?
Do I shoot the bolt, guys?
Say that it's about the strange happenings around the city.
It's regarding the strange occurrences in the city, in the Tiger District, and elsewhere as of late.
And why is it you think that you speaking with Young Yi is like, how is that his business?
His little tea companion.
We
We
would prefer
yeah.
not to.
It would be indiscreet to mention his personal ties to it. I'm sure you understand, but we believe there's a personal tie involved here.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Here we go. All right.
Come on.
Only a 20.
Well, only a 20. 20 is an okay roll. That's fine.
I was expecting a much
They
higher difficulty.
they look kind of around each other, and then one of them says, one of them goes inside, and the other 3 say, wait here, we're gonna ask.
Okay.
And then so after a little while, that guard comes out and nods, and the rest of you are escorted inside, and you are brought to a garden, and trees hide the estate's walls from view, creating the illusion of being in a forest clearing. A pond dominates the center of the garden with a pavilion overlooking the water. The place is a serene sanctuary hidden from the clamor of the surrounding city.
Nice.
Yeah, right? And then
Yeah.
a few moments later, an elderly dragonborn man enters the garden. This is Youngi, and I have a handout of him. So the handout is for Youngi, which I just have
Mm-hmm.
shared for you there. So he
He has a cup of tea. Even.
yeah. He comes out and he looks around at all of you. The guards are kind of, stationed a little bit back, but clearly around and still paying attention. And he just comes out and looks at you all with curiosity and just says, "So, what brings such an unusual group, such as the Shield Bearers, to my estate gardens on this fine evening?"
Hold up the lantern. They
What
won't
picture-
pop.
So, like, when you hold up the lantern, like, he doesn't seem to recognize that at all. But then when you say the name, he's like,
By the way, I'm hanging back because I don't want to like create this crowd. I'm hanging back closer to where the guards are,
okay,
just observing.
sure. He, you see him clearly react to the name. He makes his way over to a nice bench in the little pavilion and kind of sits down and sips his tea and says, "I haven't heard that name in quite a while."
We are recently acquainted with the name ourselves. We first came across it at a shrine in the forest near the Tiger District, near a construction site.
And do you have like the teacup out, or are you presenting that to, or just the lantern?
DNR could have just a lantern.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll present the teacup.
okay. And he sees that too, and I think he sees them kind of glowing and sort of even flickering when the name is mentioned. And I said that I've not heard the name in a long time, and that's true. But it would be a lie to say that I have not thought it to myself every day.
I'll give us off nod of recognition, encouragement.
Daewon Ha was a brilliant magistrate, and she did good for this city that cannot be understated. So much of the way our laws make allowances for the poor, the way we have, regulations of trade, the way that we ensure that housing is safe. So much of this was down to her unstoppable convictions to help those that can't help themselves, and yet she died in obscurity. Few remember her efforts, many of which are now attributed to my late sister, Queen Yongsu. He's looks kind of lost in thought for a bit.
The shrine, did you put up the shrine, my lord?
No, that wasn't. That was not what I did. No.
What did you do?
That is a very personal question to be asked by a stranger.
Forgive us for our outlander and blunt manner in this regard. We seek a resolution to the problem plaguing your city, and perhaps our manners aren't as polished as someone as Augustus yourself.
Go ahead and make a another persuasion check.
That's another 20.
There you go. Uh, so do you have? Is it like a Oh yeah, you have that thing where like even
I have
when
silver
rolling...
tongue. Yes, yes, I do.
Um, so he hears that and he says, "You think it's related to strange happenings in the city of late?"
Yes, we encountered spirit tigers at the construction site. The faces of gargoyle-like creatures coming out of the mist may be the face of her. And there's the for lack of an outlander word, haunting of her at the tea shop. So I do believe this is all her her actions.
Forgive an old man, an old man's reluctance to speak of things which he regrets. Daewon Ha was once a good friend, perhaps my only one. And it is something to be the brother of the queen and to have the royal family and the traditions of a land as your personal responsibility. And I do not attempt to make excuses so much as to have it understood that my motivations were to help my family and the kingdom, just as my family has always done. But what happened is that, remarkable woman as she was, Daewon Ha was growing ever more and more popular. And she had done so much for the people that some of them began to speak of her as though she should challenge the royal family. And that was never something that I heard from her lips, but others said so. And though I did not wish any harm come to her, I felt it was necessary to protect my sister and the crown, that we persuade the people that it was the queen doing all of these good things for them and not a common-born magistrate. And when I advised this to my sister and when I enacted those policies, that is why I did it. But the truth is, I I had a best friend, and that's what I did to her. And she died in obscurity as a result. And I had wondered since if there was some form of amends I could make to her, but how could I do that now without tarnishing the memory of my sister, who was also a good queen? And for that matter, tarnishing the rule of my niece, who is queen now. I don't believe that Dewonha had any family. So now that she is forgotten, I suppose that she's not forgotten by everyone. And he reaches in, like, under his robe, and he pulls out an amulet. And it's a tarnished gold amulet. And he removes it from the chain and he holds it out. And you can see that it has, it is a magistrate's symbol of office with Dewonha's name on it. I don't know what I can do as a representative of the royal family. But if Dewonha's Guishin rages that she is forgotten, perhaps this could help persuade her that there are some that remember, even if they remember out of regret.
Would you permit us to borrow this seal, my lord? I do believe we wish to try to speak with her Gusine
He hands it over.
tonight. That I will take it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is there anything else?
Look at my companions.
I didn't quite make out what you said.
I look at my
Oh,
companions.
yeah, okay.
When she passed, was it of normal, natural means?
I was not there when it happened. She was not, there was no physical violence done to her, if that's what you mean.
Understood.
It was really just that the power of the government was used to change the way things are spoken and the lessons taught until she was removed.
I do believe that is what we need to know.
I hope that her spirit can be brought peace. I know that mine won't have it.
Sorry, my lord.
Well, perhaps the only thing you could do for me is to ensure that you do not make my mistakes.
I think we
Is I'll step forward at this point because I've got I've got things to say. Would you say that there is anyone in the city who has taken up her mantle of advocating for those who are least advantaged?
Well, uh, these are many of your. You do not know our politics, but much of how we did what we did was by claiming credit for her works and continuing them under our policies. We do our best to ensure that our people are well cared for. As far as I know, there is no one from outside the government who has sought to uh, take up a cause as opposed to us, if that's what you mean. But we try to carry out the things, the good that she did, even if we did it in our name rather than hers.
Well, thank you.
Now would be a time for us to
Yeah.
see if we can consult the spirit arbiters.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your time. This has been a very enlightening conversation. And as that one benefit of being outsiders is that when we leave, probably won't be coming back. So your secrets are likely to stay.
And he listens to that, and he thinks on that for a while, and he says, "Well, I'll have to do some thinking about that.
Right.
But thank you for being better friends to her than I was." And I think as you kind of are escorted from the gardens by the guards, you just see him still sitting on that bench, and he kind of puts his head down in his hands. The guards the guards who didn't really listen to any of the conversation per se are a little bit like weirded out. You know, it's kind of like, we work for a very important old man, and you guys came here and made him cry. What is up with that?
Yes, you did.
But they don't say anything because that would be
That's
Their job.
yeah. All right, you're done. Okay, let's. Come on, out, heave ho.
Out, out, out.
All right,
Shoo.
yeah.
Two.
So I think as you as you head out, are you heading back to the seat of the dragon then?
Yes.
Yeah.
At least that's where I would
Do we
recommend.
want to send a sending to our friend to go ahead and set up something? So
Well, I mean, you are literally like the next block over.
Yeah.
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 We can just walk and see him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah. So do you contact him first? I would assume.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, ask the guards that we want to see Kun, and because he should be close to.
Yeah, it
is,
is. And
sure.
so yeah, he comes out pretty promptly, and he just says, "Well, I've actually found out quite a bit. If you have a moment to discuss. So apparently, she was actually quite a celebrated magistrate, quite popular, in fact, at the time, because she spearheaded a number of incentives that benefited people. In fact, a lot of our policies today seem to have originated from proposals that she set forth. And in fact, as you mentioned, I found record the people in the Tiger District built a shrine because it was specifically honoring the way that she made certain that all of the construction being done outside the city walls was being done with preservation in mind. Something that is more or less preserved today, but not always as much as she did. But they built the shrine for her for that reason, although it sounds like it's been somewhat neglected of late. She was apparently in her prime, quite close to the queen's uncle, the brother, of course, the current queen, or excuse me, brother to the previous queen. Young Gi was his name. And apparently, though, she just the queen's mother, so the previous queen, Young Su, just came in and spearheaded a lot of the same sorts of policies and just kind of eclipsed the success of Daewon Ha, it seems. And there was a lot of places where I was kind of expecting to find records that I did not, which made me a little bit suspicious of that, but I don't know why else it would be. I don't know that we need to presume malfeasance, but why are you all looking at me like that?
We have had a chat with the Youngie.
Oh, all right.
Yes. And it was illuminating.
Aha.
The uh the oh shit. I can't remember the name of the spirit thing.
Oh, Daewon Ha is. Oh, Guishin is the type of
Guishin.
spirit. Yeah.
This Guishin is right to be angry. This Guishin should be remembered quite a bit and celebrated.
The it's my current theory, and I think my companions Leo de Goldapron will attest that the neglecting of her shrine helped build up the issues around your city, and then the actual clearing of the area at her shrine is what has precipitated the current issues you uh that you are experiencing. And thanks to your protection, only you are one of the few people in this city who can see what's going on, because it's directed at the city. That's why outsiders like us can see the attacks.
Well, yes, that's relevant. But as she has been forgotten, everything she does now is also forgotten. And
Which is a tragedy. Yes.
so the punishment that she is meting out from beyond the grave is not only to extract revenge against the city that forsook her, but to inflict the same forgetting that on them as well. It's quite quite a justice-minded spirit you have here.
Well,
Given what we've learned about her, yeah, that
it
makes sense.
certainly aligns with what I was able to find about who she was in life. That's a extraordinary story. I think that you will probably understand it's a potentially very politically sensitive story. Um,
Well,
well,
let's put it-
I'm not asking that you as outsiders. I'm not suggesting that you should lie or be dishonest to anyone in this matter, but only just making you aware that there will be some who will stop listening to anything you say if you implicate either the current or former queen. I'm just trying to make sure you understand that.
yes.
We
Well, that whole situation with the way people talk about embarrassing subjects, the way people treat other folks' business as something that is not worth commenting on. It's quite convenient for the royal family to have that culture um, supported the way it is. It does make it much easier for them to hold on to power that way, doesn't it?
I would suggest that there are cultural mores that have both positive and negative aspects to them.
Quite,
Right.
but it does have that effect. Um, it is my personal opinion as a shield bearer that everything that's happening to this city, all the troubles that are being inflicted upon it, are just. That not only has the government erased someone who was doing good for the people, but the people allowed her to be erased. All it would take was one person from the city going to her shrine once a week to clear away the moss, to maintain it, to let her know that she was remembered. And not a single person did that. Not one person.
Not even young.
Not even Young Gi could have put a word in someone's ear and said, "Hmm,"
Do this. Make this happen.
and she would have known that at least one person remembered her. But she was so thoroughly erased, and people allowed her to be so thoroughly erased, that obscure mentions in your records are the only um, the only place to find
The only
anything
leg,
about her.
the only legacy she has, and
I would
and two
suggest
teacups.
I would suggest that if you were to talk to your spirit negotiators, your spirit arbiters, they would say that the way to handle this situation would be to put up a monument to her, perhaps at that shrine, to establish a garden there, to maintain that shrine, and to return her memory to the city. And that without that, um, this is going to continue. And people are going to get hurt. And um, eventually, this is not something that will go away because it's ignored.
It's getting worse. You've seen it.
You've seen it get worse, and the royal family is going to have to do something about it sooner or later. And the earlier that it's handled, the more finesse you'll have.
So,
Now, I'm not saying that you have the power to do any of
well,
this.
that's kind of what I wanted to get at is that I I believe it or not, I am very sympathetic to a lot of what you're saying right now. It is more a matter right now, though, of me figuring out what can be done about it right now. And right now, nobody but the people in this very small room know what's happening because they forget every time that it does. And I don't think that there will be any means whatsoever of persuading anyone that such things could be done or should be done when they don't understand that anything is even happening. So I don't mean to
Do you have?
diminish what you're saying, but I guess all I'm saying is we need a way to stop that part from happening, and then maybe more can be done.
I am not familiar with your particular status in the hierarchy here. Have you ever spoken with Youngi? Is he someone that you can organize with,
I am.
or is he too far above your
Well,
station?
he is someone that I sit in meetings with periodically. But
Okay.
from what you've said, it sounds as though he might have emotional incentive to do more than he has done in the past. But again, I think right now we're not going to be able to have any traction at all on any of these initiatives when people still forget that is even anything occurring.
All right. I think that perhaps tonight, there might be a way for us to speak with the spirit whose name escapes me, but does not
Yeah.
escape my
won't,
character.
Right.
It will
Won't
not.
ha.
Well, I
Um,
I absolutely support such an effort, and as much as I don't want to entirely disagree with what you said, it sounds to me that as much as thoroughly as she has been forgotten, there was a shrine built, and people forgot that it was there, but it was built. The
yes.
teacup may not be looked at frequently, but it was preserved up on the shelf. And as much as he did to her, he did carry the amulet. She was not entirely forgotten.
Yes. Well, let's hope that that's enough. And I think that's where we should depart. Um, because I don't think there's anything else to be gained here. He's
Yeah.
telling us things we already know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, and I, Kenthan leaves in disgust.
With him?
Yeah, he's,
What's he
as far as
supposed to
Kenthan,
do? Okay.
Kenthan, yeah.
He's the guy who's trying to do something. All right.
Yeah,
Yes.
he is, but he's also kind of, well,
All right.
yeah.
I mean,
Kenthan is not, yeah.
Kenthan is
Kenthan
entitled
is
to
not
feel
right.
how he likes, but at least from my
Yeah.
perspective, you're being mad at the guy who's trying to help you fix the problem rather than everybody else.
Yeah, yeah. Guys, I think actually the place we should be tonight is the shrine.
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 Yeah.
I think you're right.
Yep.
We should
I
bring
think
the
so, too.
amulet
We'll
and
bring
the
the amulet,
teacup
the teacup.
and the
Mhm.
lantern back
And
to
the
the
lantern.
shrine, and
We'll have a chat with
we'll see if we can. If we'll
Are
see if
are
we
you having this conversation still with the?
can. No,
No.
this is this. I'm after.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we'll go.
Yep.
After.
Yes. The at the shrine, and I don't know what their rituals are, but I imagine it will be something that will become fairly obvious.
Um, does I don't know, but uh, it should be something like fairly easy to find out. Does this culture make food offerings to the ancestors?
I think that is it's not necessarily the typical thing that's done, but often the sorts of traditions that Guishin might be angry that aren't keeping up, might be food related, and so
Okay.
in some cases those sorts of preparations might be prepared. Although it would usually be personal to the individual in question.
Honestly,
Right.
if anything, tea.
Yes, I'm going to go and find
Yeah.
out what her favorite tea was,
Okay.
and I am going to personally brew a pot of it
All right.
to bring to the shrine.
Let's see. Maybe I could get basically get what was taken credit for from the queen, and like make a note of what was actually,
Actually, her doing.
Mhm.
yeah.
I don't
That
think
would
you
be-
have like a definitive list of. I mean, because that's kind of specifically the records that they cleared, right? So,
Okay.
like, you might have some notations here and there, but it's not like you just have a list of like these were the 6 things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go through the list. The things that were focused on poor people was probably her, and the things that weren't.
All right. Well, you're kind of jumping to a conclusion there because the specifically and what the magistrate could have laid out for you is specifically what they did to erase her was take credit for the things that she did, right? Which included the things that helped poor people. So.
Okay. actually, perhaps we could, you know, ask for her to share with us, help us know, not just remember, but know
Mm-hmm.
what she did.
Okay.
You know,
So
because
here,
we are
what I'm going to suggest here is that we're going to do this as like a ritual. All right. So
okay.
I'm going to ask each of you to do something. This is like a skill challenge, where each of you is going to do something with a different skill to roll and try to see if you can like summon her to this shrine.
Right.
Okay.
So I've already said my thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so what roll are you going to make for that? Like cooking
Um,
tools? Brewing
cooking
seed?
tools.
Okay.
I believe that should be a wisdom based check.
Yeah, I think so. Wisdom and proficiency makes sense.
Yep. Right. So I'm going to roll on insight, which is the same
Sure.
bonus.
Okay. 14. All right. So, Dianaki, you wanted to do what? Like investigation in terms of like finding out the truth?
Sure. Investigation.
All right.
That is a 21.
Okay, that's pretty good. What is Fonts doing? Or Exel or Xenophon for that matter?
Xenophon's going to go for persuasion. He's going to start a series of metered rhyming couplets telling what we know what she's done and that we would like to speak to her
Mhm.
more of what she's done and to remember and honor it.
All right.
So let's see. That's a 28.
Okay. Some good rolls. Exel and Flounce, what are you doing?
Sitting there looking cute. I don't really know that Flounce has anything really in
Perhaps
the
something
way
about
that she
being
can.
the eager listener, the eager.
Yeah, I'm all ears, man.
Okay. Do you want to make a perception check?
Yeah, I can make a perception check. It's
Okay,
not-
sure.
yeah.
All right. So go ahead and roll that. Oh, 22. Okay.
2.
What about Exel?
Exel would like to speak of the family nature, given the fact that he's kind of looking into his family or having a family. He can understand how she would feel if through omission your family forgot who you were, which is why it's infected the whole city.
Mm-hmm.
And so they and they don't know any better to not seek the truth.
So, I mean, what sort of skill do you think that's going to need to be? It needs to be something different than what's been used already. Could be history. I don't know if you're good at history necessarily, but what you described could certainly be history unless you have something else.
I'll have to go with that unless persuasion.
Well, persuasion's been used.
So I'll I'll have YOLO. I'll go with history.
All right.
But it's not good. We're gonna try it. Here we go.
Okay.
17. Okay.
All right. So, I mean, those are all good rolls. So I think that, so here's what happens is that as you're performing this ritual at the shrine, and I imagine that you've got it kind of cleaned away and you've maybe made the path a little bit more obvious and you're looking up, into the night, and I think all of you are suddenly gripped up with oh, just got a note saying someone going in. Okay, everyone suddenly has kind of the goosebumps and a sense that there's something sort of arcane, magical happening, and I think all of you suddenly sort of feel almost like an intrusive thought that you imagine that monument from the park, and you feel the anger and you feel a woman's voice. And it's like you are hearing it in this other language, but you sort of inherently understand it regardless. And it's things like, they've all forgotten me. I was nothing. I am nothing. Soon they'll be nothing. But then as the ritual, you feel sort of connect to that. This presence, which was clearly at the park around this statue, is nonetheless finding itself drawn to you at this ritual space. And the beauty of this little clearing where the shrine is changes, and fog spreads from the base of the shrine. And something shapeless and malevolent wraps itself around the shrine, coalescing as a robed figure that shrieks in pain and rage. And suddenly you're surrounded by mist, and there's more of these gargoyles that appear. And there is just this feeling of rage and confusion looking down at you, but the presence is here among you. What do you do?
I'm not going to talk because I personally think that she's in the right. So I don't know what I'm going to ask her to do. So I'm going to leave that to other people because
I know what I would like to ask her to do.
Mm-hmm.
So, unless someone else steps forward, Dianok is going to step forward and say, Daewon Ha, you wish to be remembered. There is one person whose memory whose memory of you would be allowed to spark the memory in the entire city.
As he says this, I'll hold up the amulet.
One person who has the power to change the method that has erased you. Allow her to remember, allow her to know what has happened. And we will do everything we can to bring your memory back to the city. That is the queen.
So you've presented the amulet Xenophon has, and
But holding up the amulet as
mm-hmm.
Dianok is talking.
Does someone hold up the teacup?
I'll hold up the teacup. I've got the tea.
Sure. Yeah.
You have the tea in the teacup?
Teacup with
perfect.
tea in it. Great. Yeah.
Yep.
Did you replace the lantern on the shrine?
Yeah.
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 Would have done that, yes.
There, as you're speaking and presenting these items, this ethereal figure looks between them, kind of astonished, and you watch as the gargoyles that had been summoned with her just kind of fade back into the mist. And then gradually the mist itself even fades, and it's just this figure looking down at them now, and she kind of floats ethereally down and sort of just touches each in turn, just with kind of a wondrous expression, and then looks over at Dianok, and absorbing everything you said. There's you see that this expression of rage and pain has calmed somewhat, and they look around at this shrine, and then they just kind of fade away. And each of you feels a little bit of like warmth in your heart. And you've each just been given a charm, which we can deal with in a more story-related sense as it goes on. I think you don't necessarily fully understand it yet, but mechanically, it the charm will call the spirit of one of your ancestors to inhabit one weapon of your choice and watch over you. A weapon in your possession becomes a weapon of warning for the next 9 days.
Ooh, wow.
Hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, so the spirit has now faded away, and you are left at this shrine at night. You hear the quiet of the forest and the sounds there.
Huh.
Now we're gonna make sure they live up to this.
Yes. I think what Dianok is gonna do during the night,
Mm-hmm.
since they don't have to sleep the full 8 hours, will work on clearing the path, like
Mhm.
making it so the path is absolutely obvious.
Mhm.
You're gonna stay here all night?
Well, um, as long as it takes to clear the path,
Mhm.
and maybe drop some notes with somebody to maybe do some trail markers so that it can be easier to spot.
Maybe
Sure.
have a word with the construction site.
Well, right now it's in the middle of the night, so
Yeah.
let's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm thinking about next steps. Is
Okay,
maybe
sure.
have a word
Yeah.
with the construction site. Say, hey, maybe if you put up like stone or wooden borders on this path to help keep it clear and stuff like that, the it'll go. All of the bad stuff that's been happening at your construction site will go away.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, say that there is a hero of the people that is honored in the shrine
Yeah.
next to this path.
Yep.
Yeah,
Honor it.
and if we just tell them, look, you'll appease the spirit that has been causing the disruptions.
Yeah.
If you
Well, so don't get ahead of
yeah.
yourselves because we're still in the
Yeah.
middle of the night. So I think when
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
need to.
Yeah.
I understand the impulse that we're close to wrapping up here, but I would
Yeah.
say if there's anything else you want to do that night, let's talk about that. Otherwise, in the morning, I've got
Yeah.
other stuff for you.
Yeah, but definitely
I-
Dianok is going to basically use their sword to just clear as much brush as possible at night
Mhm.
that night so that
yeah.
in the
I
morning
think we also, in the hours before our ritual, cleaned up the shrine and
Yeah.
Yeah.
and yeah.
Sure. So
Yeah, so we don't have to work through the
I
middle of
was
the night.
assuming that you had made the path more obvious. You'd cleaned up the area around it and cleaned it up. So it looks nice now. And so I'm going to go ahead and move us to the
Yeah,
next
let's go.
morning
Let's
where
go on.
like
Yeah, next
you're
morning.
moving through the streets in the morning and there's actually a lot of activity, and what becomes obvious to you really pretty quickly is there's a lot of activity because everybody in the city woke up with all of their memories restored, now remembering every single time that they lost time due to the mist, and everyone is suddenly now aware of everything that has been happening for years now, and is kind of like, whoa, what's going on about this? And so do you just go to the seat of the dragon to kind of check in there, or
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
yeah,
I think
that's
it's
appropriate.
time to talk
Okay.
to a magister friend.
yeah. Yeah, and so he looks at you and kind of says, my guess is you have already discovered that it seems like you were successful in what you were attempting last night, and I am happy to report that I have arranged for you a meeting with the queen herself, Queen Jinmi, which is, if you are willing, it is right
would be
now.
honored.
Right now.
Yes.
All
Yes.
right. Yes. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And he brings you to a very fancy receiving room, and I have a piece of artwork here, but I don't think. Oh, let me see if I can find find it as a handout. Named NPC. Because sometimes there's a piece of artwork, but they don't like it's in the little chapter thing, but it's not. Oh well, it's fine. I'll just do it as the in any case, I have a handout if I can find it of oh here we are. Here we are. I'm sharing with you the handout of Queen Jinmi, who is just a very fancy lady dragonborn. And
I love the little tassels on her horns. That's
right?
absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, that's
Gorgeous.
next level.
Yeah. So when you are brought in to see her, she is in her, in her throne, so to speak, sitting already. But to one side and just behind her is a solemn looking Jungyi, who is the guy. I'm saying the name right?
Yongji.
Yep.
Jungji, that's right. Who is back there, and he nods to each of you as you walk in, and your magistrate friend quickly does an elaborate bow, but she looks to all of you. I think I'll give you a moment to decide what you do in response to the magistrate bowing. Do you do anything?
Oh yeah.
Xenophon bows very properly.
Okay. She seems actually kind of moderately amused, but not displeased by that. She gestures that you can all stand, and she says, "I have come to understand that the five of you have done a great service for our city, but almost more importantly, another individual that did a lot of good service to this city has been tragically forgotten over the years. And I want all of you to know, because you've done such hard work in restoring her memory to the extent that you can, that I will be doing the same. My uncle has let me know what became of I'm forgetting her name now.
Daewon Ha.
Yeah, Daewon Ha, during her lifetime and the reign of my mother. I will make sure that the people know what she did for them. This is a tragedy that cannot be allowed to stand. And I assure you that the work you have done here on her behalf will not go unnoticed or unrewarded. My understanding is that my magistrate had offered a sum of 250 gold for each of you as a result of the shield bearer's services. I would like to double that.
Out of character.
Mm-hmm.
Does this contradict the instructions we were giving as shield bearers regarding being
What
paid
you
by
would
people?
be expected to do is essentially turn over what you're given to the shield bearers, not
Okay.
keep it
Okay.
personally.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Then yeah.
Because I mean, I'm not averse to taking money from rich people.
Right. So essentially, it is true that you were essentially contracted for a fee, and she has just offered to double that. It's kind of I will certainly allow it to your character's discretion how you handle that, but certainly everyone here would know.
Yeah.
It's the sort of thing that probably would not go undiscovered if you just pocketed the extra. It's not
No,
like,
yeah. Oh,
not,
no,
it's
no,
not like
no,
a tip.
No, I'm not
Yeah,
investing
yeah.
the money.
But
no.
yeah, so
Yeah, no.
to be sure though, the expectation generally is that you are paid by the shield bearers, and so
Right.
you turn any rewards given to you over to them, which is not to say that you would not be entitled to perhaps bonuses or something like that. But
Okay.
but yes, so that's and so she is extremely grateful, and we're already kind of running late, so we maybe don't need to belabor more of it. But I would say that you see evidence, even on your way out of the palace, that there is already work being done to spread the word of
Excellent.
why what has been happening happened. And I would say the more cynical amongst you have to be impressed that the right thing is being done, even as you recognize that it is possible that it is being done because the people are suddenly aware that all of this trouble that happened over the years was because of that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Focus
it's
their
like,
minds and their efforts. That's
even
fine. They're
if
still
it
going to do
required
it.
extra motivation to justify it, the right thing is nonetheless being done now. So
Everly.
yeah. All right. And so that is Sins of Our Elders. I hope
Yeah.
you enjoyed.
Yes.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, you promised that we would enjoy it, and you were right.
Oh yeah.
yes. Well,
That
good.
That,
And appropriate for the season.
Yes.
yes.
And so I
Yeah.
think then we will leave it. We will leave it there for tonight. And thank you to everybody who watched before, and the people who joined right there for the finale. Good job. Or good job. Thank you. But we will hope to continue our adventure in Journeys Through the Radiant Citadel next week. The next adventure is Gold for Fools and Princes. But of course, before you do that, you'll get to level up. So
Yay!
Yay.
you should be you'll be level 7 now. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Just making sure I didn't give you extras or something. All right. So that'll do it for tonight then. Thank you, everybody, and good night.